What if everything you thought you knew about the end of days was a joke, a cruel mirth masked beneath bone-chilling truths? In a world where thunderous giants dance with the shadows of their own doom, the gods laugh, and the mortals tremble. They say Ragnarok is coming, but how do you prepare for an apocalypse that's already taken root in the marrow of your existence? Picture this: Thor, with his hammer raised high, isn't merely swinging at the giants. He's swinging at the very fabric of reality, unraveling threads woven with the screams of forgotten warriors and the laughter of meddling skalds. You think you've seen chaos? Try living in a land where frost giants play leapfrog with volcanoes while Loki's offspring sip mead from the skull of a slain dragon. The air thrums with madness, and the blood of the slain stains the snow, painting a portrait of violent hilarity. Valkyries swoop down like avenging angels, but don't be fooled. They've traded otherworldly grace for the brashness of rock concert groupies, scooping up the fallen like they're hot singles on a dating app. Swipe right for Valhalla, you can almost hear them shout, their laughter echoing through the valleys, taunting the dying. What if the afterlife was just another party, tainted with the lingering scent of desperation and dreams gone sour? And then there's the whisper of prophecy, curling through your thoughts like smoke from a funeral pyre. It's twisted, it's hilarious, and it will keep you up at night. A wolf with a taste for divine flesh roams free, and the sun surrenders to shadows thicker than the darkest punchline. But who's telling it, Odin, or some drunken bard with a penchant for the absurd? The gods wax poetic, but the truth? It's a riddle wrapped in an enigma, served on a plate of stale bread. Every village, every mead hall, holds secrets like dirty laundry flapping against the wind. What if you discovered that your neighbor, that grumpy old warrior, once challenged Freya to a drinking contest and lost to her pet cat? What if Valhalla was just a glorified kegger, and the bravest souls were the ones who could hold their liquor? The stakes are higher than a giant's ego, and the clock ticks down with a relentless fury. As the sun begins its descent into twilight, shadows stretch and claws reach for the living. Can you sense the tension? Can you taste the fear? The gods are betting against humanity, and the chips are stacked, but no one knows if the final hand will be a royal flush or a catastrophic bust. So, grab your axe, your wits, and your most sardonic sense of humor. The world is about to become a stage for the strangest, most chaotic performance of all time. Welcome to the apocalyptic comedy that is Ragnarok. The curtain is rising, and you're front row at the end of everything. Are you ready to laugh at the chaos, or will you cry as the world burns? Because once you step into this saga, there's no turning back. The wind howled through the jagged cliffs, a voice of ancient grievances wailing in the night. I stood there, breath stilled, heart pounding, each thud a reminder that life was fragile, and dark corners waited to swallow us whole. Shadows danced like phantoms around me, whispering secrets of gods and giants, tales forged in blood and fire. The air crackled with the intensity of an impending storm, the very essence of existence trembling on the brink of chaos. In the distance, I could hear the echoes of a battle long past, a clamor of steel and the cries of warriors whose names had faded into the abyss. Bjorn, with his wild mane of hair and eyes like storm clouds, stood beside me, fists clenched tight, the knuckles as white as the snow that blanketed the ground. He was a man burdened by the weight of his lineage, a lineage that chased him like a ravenous beast. This is where it began, you know, he muttered, his voice raw, laced with pain and pride. The stories, the gods, they haunt me. His gaze drifted into the churning darkness, haunted by dreams of glory that turned to nightmares under the crushing weight of expectation. In that very moment, I remembered the tales my mother told, of Odin, the one-eyed wanderer, seeking wisdom at any cost, of Thor, the thunderer, his hammer striking fear in the hearts of giants. But those legends were not mere stories, they were the very foundation of our existence, a chaotic tapestry woven from despair and hope. I felt the threads of their fates intertwining with our own, pulsing with an energy that was both intoxicating and terrifying. A shriek split the air, sharp and piercing, like a banshee ushering in doom. We turned, and I saw Sigrid, her face pale, eyes wide with a primal fear that sent shivers down my spine. She was the embodiment of courage, yet her soul trembled beneath the surface, battling demons more sinister than any warrior. Her heart was a battlefield, torn between love for Bjorn and the curse of her own lineage, a lineage that whispered to her in the night, urging her to forsake the ties of this world. "They're coming," she gasped, breathless, as if the very words could summon the horrors that lurked just beyond the shadows. A spectre of doubt loomed over us, a heavy shroud of uncertainty that clung like a second skin. I could feel the cold fingers of fate wrapping around my throat, squeezing tighter with every heartbeat. The legends of our ancestors were not heralds of glory, they were warnings carved in stone about the fragility of life and the relentless march of time. I remembered the chilling irony: those gods who wielded the power to shape worlds were themselves prisoners of fate, forever ensnared in a cycle of death and rebirth. Why do we cling to these myths? I implored, anguish spilling from my lips. What good are they when the reality is so brutal? The question hung in the air, heavy and suffocating, a truth too raw to articulate fully. My own disbelief gnawed at me like a ravenous wolf, yet deep within, a flicker of hope remained. If we could understand their struggles, perhaps we could navigate our own. The shadows danced closer, and I could almost feel the icy breath of Ymir, the primordial giant whose very blood birthed the realms. My heart raced, pounding against my ribcage like a war drum. I remembered how he fell, how his sacrifice carved our world from his flesh, a grotesque beauty that spoke of creation born from chaos. To be a god, or even to be human, it's all the same. It's a struggle for meaning in the face of oblivion, I murmured, the words spilling from my lips as if forged by the gods themselves. Bjorn stepped forward, challenging the encroaching darkness, his voice rising above the howling wind. "We are not defined by our lineage. We forge our own paths." His defiance rang like thunder, yet the fear gnawed at him, clawing at his resolve. The internal conflict tore through him, a tempest brewing beneath the surface. He was a warrior, yes, but a warrior with dreams that felt like chains, binding him to a fate he didn't choose. Sigrid stepped closer, her hand brushing against Bjorn's, igniting a spark of something both beautiful and tragic. "But what if we are merely echoes of their choices?" Her voice trembled, a fragile whisper that carried the weight of generations. "What if our struggles are nothing but reflections of their failures?" The question hovered between us, a haunting spectre that refused to be ignored. I could see it in their eyes, the flicker of doubt, the burning desire to escape the shackles of their heritage. The gods were not omnipotent, they were flawed and desperate, just as we were. Their stories whispered warnings, truths wrapped in riddles, waiting for us to unravel them. The cosmos spun around us, infinite and indifferent, each star a reminder that we were small, yet within that smallness lay a fierce power, the power to choose. As the shadows deepened, I knew we were standing on the precipice, not just of our own fates but the legacy of those who came before us. The air thickened, anticipation crackling like electricity. The confrontation loomed, not with specters of the past but with the very essence of who we were. Would we succumb to the weight of our lineage, or would we rise, defiantly shaking off the chains of expectation? With a final glance between us, a pact forged in silent understanding, we took a step forward into the darkness. Each heartbeat echoed our resolve, pulsing through the night like the distant rumble of thunder. The gods may have molded our destinies, but it was our choice to embrace or defy their will. As we plunged into the unknown, the stories of our ancestors wrapped around us like a shroud, their emotions entwined with our own, a legacy both haunting and liberating. The winds roared louder, the shadows danced more fervently, and I could feel the collision of past and present, a beautiful chaos that would echo through eternity. The air thickened, crackling with anticipation, and the sky above Yggdrasil twisted into a tempest of dark clouds, swirling like a cauldron of despair. Odin stood at the base of the tree, his one eye glinting with unshed tears of dread and longing. The ground trembled beneath him, roots sprawling like veins, pulsing with the heartbeat of the cosmos. "Not now," he whispered, his voice hoarse as if the very words were stolen from the jaws of fate. "Not again." Each syllable hung heavy between them, a moment frozen in time. Beside him, Freya's fingers trembled at her side, clenching and unclenching as if grasping at the threads of destiny. Her fiery spirit was dimmed by the weight of her choices, her heart a battlefield of hope and despair. "We can't let it end like this," she breathed, yet her eyes darted, searching the shadows for salvation or a sign of doom. The 9 realms awaited, and they were mere pawns in a game too grand to comprehend. Beneath Yggdrasil's sprawling branches, the roots stretched deep into the abyss of the unknown. They whispered secrets in a language lost to time, murmurs that tugged at the frayed edges of Freya's sanity. She could hear them, in the corners of her mind, pleading for release from their ancient prison. I remember the light," she murmured, but the light was dimming, and darkness seeped into her thoughts like ink on parchment. They were not alone. Loki lurked in the shadows, his laughter echoing with a sinister edge. Every jest, every scheme, was a cloak for the chaos that coursed through his veins. "Oh, dear sister, do you truly think you can save them?" he mocked, stepping into the flickering firelight with a grace that belied his malice. "This isn't just about you anymore. It's never been." His voice dripped with the honeyed poison of betrayal, and Freya's heart clenched at the familiarity. "Stay away, Loki," Odin warned, his voice a low growl, but the tension in the air only thickened. The cosmic tree stirred, its branches shivering as if in response to the brewing storm. Loki was the wild card, the chaos in their meticulously crafted order, and he knew it all too well. "Why so serious, father?" Loki grinned, an expression both charming and horrifying. "We're all just playing our roles. Isn't that the essence of this grand saga? You as the noble king, Freya as the valiant warrior, and I," he paused, savoring the moment, "I as the beautiful disaster." Freya's breath hitched, and she turned away, unable to face him. She had loved him once, in a foolish, reckless way, before she realized love could slice deeper than any blade. "You've lost your way, brother," she whispered, though the words felt like a plea for both of them. "You could still join us." "Join?" Loki laughed, a sound that was both joyous and tragic. "Why would I join the living when I can dance with shadows?" And in that moment, a flicker of belief ignited within Freya's chest. She recalled a time when their laughter had echoed with innocence, when the landscape was painted with the hues of possibility. But that time had cracked, splintered, and now all that remained was a fragile thread, a memory that threatened to unspool. Above them, the branches of Yggdrasil swayed, whispering stories of realms entwined in conflict, of light battling darkness. Each realm carried its own weight, and they were all tethered to this tree, a cosmic lifeline. But now, with the threat of Ragnarok looming, the balance was shattered. "Listen to me!" Odin's voice thundered, an ancient authority that commanded silence. "This is no longer our fight. The fate of all worlds hinges on the choices we make here, now." His gaze shifted between Freya and Loki, desperation seeping through the cracks of his stoic facade. "We must come together, set aside our differences. Only then can we face what's coming." But even as he spoke, doubt clawed at Freya's heart. Could they truly unite after all the betrayals, all the shattered trust? She felt like a vessel filled to the brim, teetering on the edge, ready to spill over into the abyss. "What if our unity is nothing but a mirage?" she asked, her voice fragile. "What if it leads to ruin?" In that moment, the wind howled, a ghostly serenade that wove through the branches, carrying the scent of ash and despair. Shadows flickered, and for a split second, Freya felt a chilling presence, a glimpse of what lay beyond the veil of reality. She shivered, wrapping her arms around herself, as if she could contain the encroaching darkness. Loki's expression shifted, a flicker of something raw beneath his bravado. "What if this is our last chance?" he muttered, almost to himself. "What if the end is merely the beginning of something more?" Odin's heart ached, for he had witnessed the cycle of life and death, of creation and destruction, an endless loop that spun through the cosmos like the branches of Yggdrasil itself. "We cannot surrender to fate," he declared, though doubt licked at the edges of his resolve. "Fight for what remains." And then, in a moment that felt like an eternity, they stood at the precipice of choice, three hearts bound by blood and strife, trembling before the unknown. Each breath was a thread, weaving their destinies into the fabric of the universe, and the weight of what was to come pressed down like a heavy shroud. They could feel the pull of the 9 realms, each one aching, crying out for their attention, each choice echoing through the ages. As the storm raged above, lightning illuminated their faces, revealing the depth of their fears and desires. Freya's heart raced, caught between the past and the future, tethered to the roots of that sacred tree. "I remember." I remember when we were whole, she whispered into the wind, the confession hanging heavy in the air. Odin's voice rose above the tempest, a rallying cry against the oncoming darkness. Together, we are stronger than fate, he urged, but the shadows ebbed and flowed, teasing and tantalizing. The lines of loyalty blurred, and every heartbeat became a war drum, echoing in the silence, a reminder that the end was only a heartbeat away. The branches of Yggdrasil twisted under the weight of the cosmos, bearing witness to their struggles, their fears, and their fragile hopes. What awaited them in the depths of the unknown was shrouded in mystery, but one truth rang clear: they stood at the brink of a reckoning that would reshape their worlds forever. As the storm howled, they braced themselves, a family torn and stitched together by fate, standing beneath the vast expanse of the universe, trembling on the edge of oblivion, and the roots of Yggdrasil pulsed with an urgency that promised change. The cosmic dance began, an unending loop of love, betrayal, and the haunting whispers of the past, as they took a step toward the abyss. Thunder cracked the sky, a jagged tear in the fabric of the night, as the air thickened with the scent of impending chaos. I stood there, heart racing, a witness to the clash that echoed through the ancient halls of Asgard. The ground shook beneath my feet, an earthquake of emotions, of loyalty and betrayal. There was a scream, raw and primal, a sound that clawed at the very marrow of my bones. It was the cry of the Aesir and the Vani, two tribes of gods, drawn into a maelstrom of conflict, each believing they were the rightful heirs to an eternity of power. Freya stood at the precipice of the battle, her golden hair whipping wildly in the wind like the wings of a raven. She was the goddess of love and war, a paradox wrapped in beauty and ferocity. I saw the flicker of doubt in her eyes as she gripped her spear. This was not just a war of gods, it was a war of emotions, of past grievances and ancient grudges. "What have we become?" she whispered, though the words were lost amidst the chaos. They hung heavy in the air, a question that echoed in our hearts, aching with the weight of truth. Across the field, her brother, Baldur, stood like a statue of light, a beacon in the darkness. He was the embodiment of hope, yet even hope was fragile. I could see the shadows creeping in around him, a silent warning, an omen of the fate that awaited. "We cannot let this go on," he shouted, voice breaking, as if the very fabric of his being was tearing apart. "We are gods, not beasts." He faced the Vani, those enigmatic beings of nature and magic. Their eyes glinted like emeralds, filled with a wildness that was both beautiful and terrifying. A hush fell momentarily, as if the universe itself held its breath, stalling time as tension wrapped around us like a noose. Then, like a dam bursting, the air split with the sound of clashing metal. In that instant, I was thrust into the chaos, feeling every blow, every cry, as if they were my own. I remembered my heart shattering with every clash of swords, the sound echoing like thunder in my ears. Among the Vani, Njord stood, a god of the sea, with a calmness that belied the storm raging inside him. He was torn between his kin and his longing for peace. "We are not defined by our pasts. This fighting will lead to ruin," he implored, but his voice was drowned out by the tumult, by the desires of those around him, desperate for validation and recognition. I could see it in his eyes, a hint of desperation, a flicker of fear that they would choose the path of destruction over unity. "Will we drown in our own hatred?" he cried out, the anguish palpable. The battle raged on, a cacophony of screams and howls, the air thick with the stench of blood and sweat. I could see Freya, her spear a blur, striking down foes, her face a mask of conflict. Each blow she delivered weighed upon her, her heart heavy with the knowledge that each life extinguished was a piece of her soul lost. I watched as she hesitated, her strength wavering for just a moment, an eternity in a heartbeat. "I remember," she murmured, a ghost of laughter rippling through her words, "when we danced among the stars, not knowing the darkness would come to claim us." Baldur fell to his knees, overwhelmed by the ferocity of his own kin. "This is madness," he shouted, desperation lacing his tone, as his brothers and sisters closed in, their faces contorted in rage. "We were meant to protect each other." But the darkness was seductive, in its embrace, they found a perverse sense of belonging. I felt the weight of his heartbreak as he watched them, the betrayal etched into his very being. The air crackled with a tension so thick I could taste it, like the metallic tang of blood on my lips. In that moment, I was not just an observer, I felt the fire of rage igniting in my own chest, the lure of vengeance. I remembered the tales of old, how the Aesir and the Vani once united against the giants, fighting side by side, their laughter echoing through the halls of Valhalla. What had torn them apart? What had shattered that fragile bond? Amidst the chaos, an unexpected figure emerged, a Vani warrior, her spirit wild and untamed. She was a tempest, eyes blazing like wildfires. "We are not enemies," she screamed, her voice a piercing arrow cutting through the din. Her resolve was a beacon, a flicker of hope amidst the darkness. "We are bound by our essence, by the blood that flows through us." But her words fell on deaf ears, lost in the consuming tide of rage. The gods clashed, and I felt the pain ripple through my own heart, as if I were part of them. Each strike felt like a betrayal, each fall a reminder that love could quickly turn into something grotesque and unrecognizable. I watched as Njord fell, swept away in the chaos, a victim of a world that had forgotten the meaning of unity. Freya screamed, a sound that pierced the very heavens, while Baldur's face twisted with agony, helpless in the tempest of gods. "What have we done?" he cried, his voice breaking, a reflection of the heartbreak that consumed me. And then, silence. The kind that suffocates, that clings to the air like a heavy fog. The aftermath began to settle, and the weight of what had transpired hung heavily, like a shroud over the battlefield. I could feel the trembling walls of Asgard echoing with the sorrow of lost kinship, the air thick with mourning, as shadows danced on the periphery, whispering of the fragility of power, the cost of pride. In that moment, amidst the wreckage of gods, I understood, this was not just a battle, it was an elegy, a haunting memory of what once was, as the Aesir and the Vani stood on the precipice of annihilation, caught in a cycle of conflict that promised no resolution. The echoes of their cries lingered in the air, a promise of retribution, a reminder that we are all bound by our choices, and the weight of those choices can shatter even the strongest bonds. As I stood there, feeling the pulse of the universe thrum beneath my feet, I realized the fight was far from over. The night whispered secrets of vengeance and hope, a cycle that would repeat, as long as the gods breathed. I felt the tension rising, the inevitability of what was to come, and in that breath, I knew, this was just the beginning. The ground trembles, a low growl reverberating through the air, shaking the very foundations of existence. A fissure slices through the darkness, and from it rises an agonizing wail, a sound so raw it feels like the earth itself is screaming. I stand there, heart pounding, a mere spectator to a cosmic catastrophe, watching as the shadows twist and writhe like tortured souls in a nightmare. Ilara grips my arm, her fingers digging in with desperation. "We can't let it consume us," she cries, her voice barely breaking above the cacophony. Her eyes, wide and wild, flicker with a mixture of fear and resolve, a tempest brewing. I remember the day we found each other, both adrift in a world that felt cruel and chaotic, our laughter a fragile bridge over the churning waters of despair. But now, as chaos reigns, that laughter feels like a distant echo, swallowed by the roaring void. Then there's Kale, the brooding figure in the shadows, his face a canvas of lines etched by loss and longing. He stands apart, a silent storm, his gaze fixed on the ever-expanding darkness. I remember the stories he told, tales of worlds birthed from nothingness, of stars igniting with purpose. But now, he's lost in a memory, one that chains him to the past, a past where creation felt possible, where dreams were not just flickers snuffed out by the weight of reality. "Kale!" I call, but my voice is swallowed by the chaos. He turns to me, eyes glistening, and for a moment, the world around us fades. "We can't let it win!" I shout. But the shadows whisper promises of despair, curling around him like a lover's embrace. They know his secrets, his regrets, and they draw him in, a moth to the flame of his own sorrow. With every heartbeat, the ground shakes harder, the chaos hungry for order, desperate to consume everything in its path. I can almost hear the echoes of ancient battles, civilizations collapsing under the weight of their own hubris. I remember the stories of the ancients, tales of creation, of gods who mold worlds from the void. Yet here we are, three lost souls in a tempest, struggling against the very fabric of existence unraveling. What do we do? Ilara's voice trembles, a flicker of fear igniting in her chest. I can see the shadows playing with her mind, teasing out her insecurities, whispering that she isn't strong enough. But I know better. She is a flame, a spark that could ignite the world. We fight! I scream, though the words feel weak against the howling winds. Kale's face hardens, and I see the conflict churning within him, the desire to abandon this fight and succumb to the chaos, to let it wash over him like a wave. What's the point? He mumbles, almost to himself. The world was always meant to break. But I see the flicker of hope behind that desolation, a glimmer that refuses to be extinguished. I remember when he saved me, when he pulled me out of the abyss, and I can't let him slip away now. Elara! I shout, desperation clawing at my throat. We can't let him drown in this. Remember the stars? They rise from darkness. I can see the wheels turning in her mind, the gears of determination clicking into place. She takes a step forward, her voice unwavering. Kale, you taught me that from chaos, light can be born. We can create. Together? The chaos rages on, but her words cut through the storm, a beacon of light piercing the gloom. Kale falters, and in that moment of vulnerability, I see the cracks in his armor, the flicker of a flame fighting to stay alive. But what if we fail? He whispers, a haunting question that hangs in the air, heavy with the weight of possibility. Failure is just another step toward creation, I reply, my voice cracking, raw and real. Don't you feel it? The pulse of the world? It's alive, it's screaming for us to mold it, to breathe life into the void. The shadows shift, as if considering my words, their hunger momentarily sated by the promise of hope. And then, just like that, the world shifts. The chaos begins to wane, the shadows retreating, and for a fleeting moment, silence blankets us like a shroud. I can feel the tension coiling in the air, thick and electric. The ground still trembles, but now it feels less like a harbinger of destruction and more like the heartbeat of something new, something waiting to be born. Kale steps forward, the turmoil in his eyes replaced by a fierce resolve. Let's create then, he says, the words igniting a fire within him. Let's bring order to this chaos. And I see it, the spark that ignites between us, the shared understanding that we are the architects of our own fate. Elara's hand slips into mine, a tether between our souls, a promise that we will not falter. Together, she whispers, and the word hangs like a spell, a binding contract written in the very fabric of existence. The shadows seem to pause, as if sensing our united front. But the chaos does not yield easily. It thrashes against us, fierce and unrelenting. I can almost hear the anguished cries of forgotten dreams echoing in the void, pleading for release. Yet, we stand firm, hearts thundering as we reach for that elusive thread of creation, a glimmer of order emerging from the chaos. As we close our eyes, I remember the stars, the dreams woven into the cosmos, and the weight of history that burdens us. The world hangs in the balance, a fragile tapestry waiting for our hands to shape it. We are not alone, we are countless lives stitched together by hope and despair, memories swirling around us like cosmic dust. And in that moment, the shadows begin to dissolve, whispering their secrets, their darkness fading into the light. I feel the shift beneath my feet, a new ground rising to meet us, a world waiting to be forged in the crucible of our will. The chaos recedes, and I know this is just the beginning. The world is alive, a canvas waiting for the brushstrokes of our hearts, a symphony yearning for its notes. As we stand on the cusp of creation, I realize the endless cycle has just begun. The shadows may linger, but we are the light. We breathe in, we breathe out, and the trembling earth holds its breath, waiting for us to take the first step into the unknown. The world is ours to make, our hands trembling with possibility, our hearts beating in rhythm with the pulse of the universe. The wind howled like a banshee, ricocheting through the shattered remnants of what had once been a vibrant village. Now, it stood as a ghostly echo of merriment, cold and hollow, with walls clawed at by time and despair. I was there, standing in the heart of chaos, my breath afog against the bitter chill that clung to us like a shroud. My heart raced, pounding harder than the war drums echoing from the mountains in the distance. The shadows danced, whispering secrets that chilled my bones, urging me to remember. I remember the day the sky turned to ash, the sun eclipsed by dread. In that moment, I thought of Alaric, my brother, the warrior whose laughter could light the darkest corners of my soul. He stood beside me, eyes fixed on the horizon, where a storm brewed, thunder rumbling like the growl of a beast awakening from slumber. "This is it, isn't it?" he murmured, each word laced with a resignation that clawed at my insides. I wanted to deny it, to shake him awake, but the truth hung thick in the air, undeniable. The prophecy of Ragnarok, foretelling the end. Tension coiled between us like a noose. I remembered his hands, calloused but gentle, as he placed them on my shoulders, grounding me. "Fate may be written in the stars," he said, his voice low, "but it's our choices that shape what comes next." He was always the brave one, the dreamer. I was the one who stayed awake at night, wrestling with what our world had become. Off in the distance, the mountains trembled, their peaks dusted with the fading light of day. There was something almost poetic about it, the trees bowed as if mourning. I recalled the tales our mother spun by the fire, of heroes and gods, of battles fought in the name of glory and honor. I used to believe those stories held the power to change fate, to turn the tide of despair. Yet, here we were, on the brink of the end, and all I felt was the crushing weight of inevitability. Then came the cries. Blood-curdling, frantic, echoing like a dark symphony. My heart seized as I turned to see the villagers fleeing, faces painted with terror, their eyes wide with the kind of fear that spreads like a wildfire. The grim spectre of death hovered over us, a shadow that refused to dissipate. I grasped Alaric's arm, the warmth of his skin stirring a desperate hope within me. "We can't run," I urged, my voice a thin whisper, barely piercing the cacophony. "We have to fight." But even as the words left my lips, I felt their futility, like throwing stones at a raging sea. All around us, the memories of laughter and love were swallowed by the encroaching darkness. I remembered the faces of friends, now twisted with anguish. The weight of loss hung heavy, a reminder that every heartbeat was a countdown. The sky split open, lightning crackling like the roar of gods angered by our folly. And in that moment of chaos, everything sharpened, the air thick with anticipation, each second stretching into infinity. It was as if time itself was holding its breath, waiting for a reckoning. I could almost hear the clock ticking down, counting the last moments before we plunged into the abyss. I glanced at Alaric again, and for a fleeting instant, I saw the boy he once was, full of dreams and laughter, untouched by the shadows of despair. But those days felt like distant stars, fading as the darkness rose to envelop us. "What if it's not just us?" he asked, uncertainty clouding his usually steadfast eyes. "What if it's everything? Then we'll face it together." My voice cracked, but in that moment, I felt the presence of something greater. The memories of our childhood, the laughter shared in the sun, echoed around us, a shield against the encroaching sorrow. The ground shook beneath us, a rumble that felt like a heartbeat, each thud a reminder that we were alive, that we could still fight. I remembered the ancient runes etched into stone, warnings of the end. They spoke of betrayal, of bloodshed, but also of resilience. I clung to that thought, desperate to find strength amidst the chaos. As the chaos raged, a figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in a veil of despair. Freya, the seer, her presence both haunting and captivating. Her eyes held the weight of the cosmos, swirling with past and future. "You must choose," she rasped, her voice a rumble that seemed to shake the very fabric of our reality. "The fate of all hangs in the balance." She pointed a gnarled finger at us, the air thick with her warning. Ragnarok is not just an end, it is a beginning. In that moment, I felt a jolt of awareness, as if the universe conspired to reveal the truth hidden within the chaos. Alaric and I were not just players in this tragic play, we were an integral part of a story stretching beyond the stars. Together, I whispered, my heart racing with newfound purpose. "We can turn the tide." The wind screamed around us, carrying the whispers of our ancestors, urging us forward. As the storm raged and the sky darkened, I felt a spark ignite within me. And then, with a roar that shook the heavens, the tide of fate crashed upon us. Shadows swirled, and in the tumult, I could feel the weight of our choices pressing against my chest. The air thickened with anticipation, an electric pulse as the world held its breath, waiting for us to act. Alaric's eyes met mine, and in that fleeting connection, I knew we could not falter. The prophecy was ours to rewrite. The end was merely a beginning, a rebirth forged in the fires of struggle. As the darkness closed in, I felt the heartbeat of the world synchronizing with my own. "We are not done yet," I shouted into the storm, the wind swallowing my words. And we leaped into the fray, ready to confront the shadows that beckoned. All around us, chaos erupted. Destiny awaited, lurking in the shadows, whispering promises yet unfulfilled. The stage was set for the end, and perhaps, just perhaps, the dawn of something new. The air crackled with tension, a silence so thick it felt as if the world was holding its breath. Shadows flickered like anxious memories against the damp stone walls of the ancient hall where the Norns gathered. Three sisters cloaked in whispers, their fingers danced over the threads of fate, weaving destinies with a deftness that could provoke fear or despair. As I stood there, heart racing, the ground beneath me trembled as if the universe itself was shuddering at their power. I could feel it, the weight of every life that rested in their hands, the shimmering strands of joy and sorrow intertwined like a chaotic tapestry. I remember the moment I first saw them, Urd, Verdandi, and Skuld. The eldest, Urd, seemed draped in the mists of time itself, her gaze a window to 1,000 yesterdays, each echo a haunting reminder of decisions made. Verdandi was the embodiment of the present, her fingers deftly pulling at the strands, her eyes alight with urgency, as if she alone bore the burden of every heartbeat. Skuld, the youngest, shimmered with the promise of what could be, a wild tempest of possibilities that threatened to consume her. In their presence, I felt small, insignificant, as if the very marrow of my bones trembled in reverence to their relentless craft. I stood beside Njord, a man caught between the storm of his past and the haunting shadows of his choices, a man like me, flawed yet resolute, his fate flickering like the candles strewn about the hall. He had once been a sea god, a whisperer of winds, but now he was haunted, a spectre of his former self, tormented by the loss of his daughter, Freyja. Each thread the Norns wove reminded him of what he'd lost. Despair twisted around him like a noose, tightening with every lonely thought. I could almost hear the echoes of his heartache, each beat a drum of grief. "Do you hear it?" he whispered, voice thick with emotion, eyes glistening like the darkest depths of the ocean. "Every thread carries a scream. Every life, a lament." I wanted to tell him that I understood, that I too had lost someone who once lit up my world like a sunrise cracking through an endless night. But the words froze in my throat, caught in the web of unsaid regrets. Instead, I nodded, the acknowledgement a silent pact of shared sorrow. As the sisters wove, the atmosphere shifted, becoming heavy with tension, a storm brewing on the horizon of their fateful choices. Urd's fingers were steady, yet the desperation in her gaze betrayed her inner turmoil. With each pull of the thread, she seemed to wrestle with an unseen force, as if destiny itself recoiled at her touch, unwilling to surrender to the inevitable. Verdandi's breath quickened, her eyes darting around the room as if she could feel the weight of the world pressing down upon her. Skuld's laughter rang like a chime, bright yet laced with an undercurrent of something darker, a warning perhaps that the future was a fickle friend. A sudden crack echoed through the hall, a thread snapping, and time seemed to fracture. The air chilled, prickling my skin, and I caught Njord's gaze as realization dawned. He was about to lose something he held dear, the spectre of Freyja creeping closer, her absence a palpable void. "Fate is not kind," I whispered to him, my own heart echoing the dread that filled the air. "It can be both cruel and beautiful." Njord's response was a hollow laugh, a sound that reverberated against the stone walls like the echo of a clock striking midnight. "Cruelty is a tapestry woven of our desires, isn't it? One moment we are kings of the sea, and the next, mere echoes of dreams." As the Norns continued their work, the hall filled with a cacophony of whispered destinies, the threads of lives intertwining, creating a tapestry of chaos and clarity. The room pulsed with the weight of decisions yet to be made, of paths yet to be walked, each strand a heartbeat, each choice a haunting refrain. And then I saw her, the ghost of Freyja, a fleeting image on the edge of my vision. She stood in a garden of shadows, radiant yet sad, flowers withering at her feet, their colors bleeding into the earth. "Do not let them take my memory," she seemed to plead, her voice a soft breeze carrying the scent of home. Njord's face twisted in agony, a silent scream echoing through the hall, breaking through the web of fate that threatened to ensnare him. Frasier, he cried, reaching out, his fingers grasping at the air, desperate to hold onto the impossible. Don't fade. Don't go. But the Norns wove on, their fingers dancing, threads slipping like grains of sand through time. The air crackled with energy, a storm of possibilities, and I could hardly breathe as the tension coiled tighter, a noose of fate around us all. Wouldn't Jord break free from the darkness? Could he reclaim the light lost in the shadows of despair? I felt my heart race as anticipation coiled within me. The choice hung heavy in the air, the moment trembling on the brink of the unknown. And just then, I realized we were not simply bystanders in this tale of fate, we were woven into it, each heartbeat resonating with the fabric of the universe. As the Norns finished their work, the hall echoed with an eerie silence, the threads now shimmering in the dim light, alive with the weight of choices made and lives forever altered. I could feel the world spinning around us, each moment a fragment of infinity, teetering on the edge of hope and despair, of love and loss. Then, just as quickly as it began, the moment shattered, the threads of destiny slipping into an unsettling calm. The Norns turned their gaze to Jord, and in that glance, the weight of the universe hung poised, a decision yet to be made. My heart raced, an unending pulse of anticipation, the tension coiling, waiting for the inevitable. And in that stillness, I knew, this was far from over. The threads were simply respun, and we were left to confront the dark, the beautiful, the haunting tapestry of what it meant to be alive, to fight against the inevitable, to yearn for the light amidst the shadows. Thunder cracked the horizon, a sinister echo that split the air, resonating with a primordial dread. I stood on the edge of a world forgotten, where shadows danced over crumbling stones and the echoes of the past whispered warnings. A storm brewed above, dark clouds swirling like the coils of a serpent, and in the depths of my soul, I felt the tremors of something ancient awakening. Jörmungandr, the great serpent, stirred. I could hear the muffled cries of warriors, their laughter twisted into panic, their faces pale as they realized the end was nigh. They had sought glory, yet now their eyes were wide with terror, reflecting the chaos around them. I stood alongside them, a witness to their fate, clutching the hilt of my sword, though I knew deep down that no blade could pierce the scales of this beast. And then there was Freya. Oh, Freya, with her flame-red hair whipped by the wind, her spirit both fierce and fragile. She was not just a warrior, she was a storm in human form, a fire desperately seeking to ignite the hearts of the weary. She had faced countless battles, yet none could prepare her for this. The fear clawed at her, a gnawing beast that threatened to swallow her whole. I watched as her resolve flickered, her fists trembling, knuckles white with the strain of holding back the tears. She was a warrior, yes, but she was also human, and in that moment, her vulnerability clawed at my heart. Jörmungandr, she whispered, the name heavy on her tongue, as if saying it would summon the very beast itself. Her voice trembled, yet it was an echo of courage. I wanted to comfort her, to let her know that I shared her fear, but the words lodged in my throat like stones. Instead, I nodded, a silent agreement that we would face this darkness together. It wasn't just the fate of our village that hung in the balance, it was the very fabric of our lives. I remembered the laughter we shared by the fire, the simple joys of hunting under the golden sun, and how we bathed in streams that sparkled like diamonds. Life had been good then, unmarred by the weight of prophecy. But now, the scent of rain mingled with the stench of dread, and I felt every heartbeat echoing the rhythm of an impending doom. Then there was Eric, a man divided by his own demons. He had always been the bravest among us, but bravery wears thin when faced with the unrelenting jaws of despair. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of doubt spiraling into darkness. He had lost so much, friends, family, and the serpent was not just a myth to him, it was the embodiment of all that he had lost, an insatiable hunger that mirrored his own grief. "Why does it always come to this?" he shouted over the storm, his voice cracking under the weight of his sorrow. "What have we done to deserve this? What does the cosmos want from us?" The words hung in the air, heavy with desperation, as if he were pleading with the very stars that had conspired against us. I wanted to tell him that we were mere players in a game too vast for our understanding, but those words felt hollow, devoid of comfort. Instead, I reached out, my hand resting on his shoulder, grounding him, if only for a moment. But as thunder rolled, I could sense it, the earth beneath us trembled, a prelude to the arrival of doom. The sky split open, and there it was, a monstrous form, scales glistening in the lightning, the great serpent coiling through the air like a noose tightening around our very existence. Jörmungandr emerged from the depths, the weight of the world resting on its sinews body. It was a vision that could shatter the bravest of hearts, a creature of nightmares brought to life, and I felt the primal instinct to flee gnawing at my insides. But we stood, rooted to the ground, suspended in a moment that felt eternal. Freya's breath hitched, and I could see Eric clenching his fists, his face a mask of defiance. In that heartbeat, we were not just warriors, we were the embodiment of fear, of hope, of everything that makes us human. We shared a bond forged in the fires of uncertainty, and though the serpent loomed, ready to strike, we stood together against the darkness swallowing our world. "Remember," Freya shouted, the storm raging around her, "we are not alone. We are the warriors of our ancestors." Her voice cut through the chaos like a beacon, igniting the flickering flames of courage within us. And in that moment, I felt a surge of strength pulse through me, the heartbeat of the earth resonating with my own. Jörmungandr's eyes were like voids, vast and consuming, as if they held the secrets of the universe. It slithered closer, and I could feel the heat radiating from its body, a reminder of the fire that dwells in every soul. Each breath felt heavy, thick with anticipation. We were standing on the precipice of annihilation, yet somehow, we found ourselves tethered by unyielding hope. In our hearts, we carried the weight of stories untold, of laughter lost and love unfulfilled. And as the serpent's gaze bore down on us, we were no longer mere mortals. We became symbols of resistance, echoes of a time when light dared to challenge darkness. The storm raged on, but we would not falter. Not today. The moment stretched, a taut string ready to snap. I could see the glimmer of determination in Eric's eyes, the fire in Freya's heart, and I felt it too, a primal urge to fight against the inevitable. Jörmungandr loomed large, a reflection of our greatest fears, but we were not ready to cower. Not yet. And as we embraced the storm, as the world around us blurred into chaos, I understood something profound, that even in the face of despair, we hold the power to ignite the spark of defiance. That even when the sky threatens to fall, when the great serpent coils to consume us whole, we have the strength to rise, to roar, to fight. And so we stood, hearts racing, breaths shallow, blood coursing with fear and fury. The storm thundered, and the serpent watched, an ominous reminder of our fate, yet we were alive, souls ablaze, ready to confront the abyss. In that electrifying moment, we were not just defenders of our village, we were warriors of our destiny, standing at the edge of eternity, poised to etch our names into the fabric of time. As Jörmungandr approached, the air crackled, echoing our unspoken promise, we would not let the darkness win. Our heartbeats echoed like war drums, drowning out the roar of the storm, pulsating with the raw, visceral truth that in this life, love, courage, and defiance will forever intertwine, refusing to let go. The confrontation was imminent, and we were ready to embrace the chaos. The moon hung like a ghostly eye, its pale light spilling across the jagged edges of the battlefield, illuminating the blood-soaked earth where shadows danced and whispered secrets. I remember the silence before the storm, a heartbeat, a void, where the air itself trembled with anticipation. A low growl rumbled from the depths of the forest, a sound that could freeze the marrow in your bones. Fenrir was awake, his rage a living thing, thrumming through the earth like a drumbeat of an impending doom. And there stood Skoll and Hati, twin wolves with eyes like molten gold, their gazes locked on the horizon where the sun would rise. They had a duty, a legacy woven into the very fabric of fate, but the weight of it bore down on their hearts like a leaden chain. They knew what was at stake. One slip, one wrong move, and the world would burn in the fires of their father's wrath. I remember the tension in Skoll's shoulders, taut and weary as if he carried the weight of the cosmos on his back. His breath came in quick, sharp gasps, a visceral reminder that he was alive, and yet, every heartbeat felt like an echo of a clock ticking down, time slipping away, a fragile thread unraveling. Hati, ever the shadow to his light, paced behind him, her eyes flicking from Fenrir to the horizon, a restless energy buzzing beneath her skin. She was the wild spirit, the flame that flickered in the darkness, and yet, she too felt the gnawing dread gnashing at her insides. The air thickened with the scent of damp earth and something acrid, fear, perhaps. I could taste it. I could feel it clawing at my throat, coiling like a serpent ready to strike. They were trapped in this moment, caught between the expectations of their bloodline and the reality of their choices. I remember the weight of their uncertainty like a stone tied to their ankles, pulling them deeper into the abyss. "Do you think he knows?" Skoll whispered, his voice barely a tremor in the stillness. Hattie flicked her ears, a soft snarl curling her lips. "He always knows," she replied, her voice a mixture of defiance and dread. "That's the curse of our lineage." I could see it then, the flash of memory dancing in her eyes, a moment when she was just a pup, frolicking under the watchful gaze of their father before the shadows of prophecy loomed large. The echoes of laughter turned into distant wails, a reminder of what they were destined to confront. Time was a relentless tide, and it would not wait. As they stood there, the shadows thickened, creeping closer like an army of ghosts. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, the leaves quivering in anticipation of what would come. Fenrir's growl rose to a fever pitch, a primal sound that rippled through the ground, vibrating in their very bones. I couldn't help but feel that it was a warning, a signal that the moment of reckoning was upon them. And then, suddenly, like the snap of a twig underfoot, a vision tore through me. Fenrir's face twisted in rage, his eyes pools of darkness that spoke of chaos and destruction. I saw cities aflame, people screaming, lives shattered, every soul a pawn in a game that had long been set in motion. The horror of it gripped me, and I knew that this was not merely a confrontation, it was a cataclysm waiting to happen. "Skoll, we can't let him go through with it," Hattie cried, her voice raw with desperation. "We can change our fate." The flames of rebellion ignited within her, but Skoll's gaze hardened. "You don't understand, Hattie. It's not just about us. It's bigger than us," she interrupted, her voice rising, laced with defiance. "What about our lives? Our choices? We're more than just vessels of fate." The words hung in the air, crackling with intensity. I felt the weight of her anger, the desperation clawing through her chest as she fought against the chains that bound them to their legacy. Skoll closed his eyes, the internal battle raging behind his brow. I could see it, the conflict of loyalty to blood and the yearning for freedom. He was the protector, the stoic guardian, but even the strongest of hearts can break under the pressure of destiny. "Hattie, if we defy him," his voice trembled, "we will lose everything." "Everything? Or just our chains?" Hattie's words were fierce, but I could see the flicker of doubt shadowing her resolve. She was a warrior, yes, but fear is a beast that gnaws at the strongest of wills. The tension simmered, a taut string ready to snap, and beneath it all, the suffocating silence whispered promises of despair. And then it hit me, amidst the chaos of their bickering, a single truth glimmered like a shard of glass in the dark. They weren't just fighting their father, they were fighting for themselves. Each heartbeat echoed with a primal urge to break free, to claw their way from under the weight of prophecy. The looming confrontation grew closer, a dark storm on the horizon, and with it, I felt the tremors of fate shifting beneath their feet. Outside, the night deepened, and the shadows grew longer. Fenrir's roar shattered the stillness, a sound that pierced the air like a thunderclap, shaking the very foundations of their reality. "It's time," he growled, and the world held its breath. Skoll took a step forward, and I could feel the heat of determination radiating off him. "No more running," he said, a warrior's resolve burning in his chest. Hattie mirrored his stance, the fire in her eyes igniting into a blaze. Together, they were a force, two wolves poised against a darkness that threatened to consume them. As the first rays of dawn broke through the canopy, casting pale light across the battlefield, I understood that they were on the precipice of a choice, a moment that would define not just their fates but the very fabric of existence itself. The clock was ticking, the echoes of fate entwined with every breath they took. Time was a cruel mistress, and it felt as if the night would never end. And in that heart-stopping moment, with the world steeped in shadows and the monsters lurking just out of sight, I realized we were all bound by the same threads of destiny. The wolves of fate were not just Fenrir, Skoll, and Hattie, they lived within us all, waiting to be unleashed. The battle was just beginning, a clash not just of claws and teeth but of dreams, hopes, and the relentless fight for freedom against the dark pull of fate. The wind screamed through the jagged peaks, a banshee wail that clawed at the sky as if to rend the heavens apart. I stood there, heart pounding beneath layers of fur and leather, the taste of iron sharp on my tongue, only half aware of the icy ground pressing against my knees. It was a moment frozen in time, a singular heartbeat of terror. Shadows danced in every crevice, and I could almost hear them whispering my name, echoes of dread that suggested I was already too late. Freya, her eyes aflame with fear and resolve, knelt beside me. "It's coming," she shouted, her voice a quivering blade, cutting through the howling winds. Her knuckles were white as she gripped the hilt of her sword, a family heirloom that had tasted blood long before we were born. But would it taste ours tonight? I glanced at her, and in that fleeting moment, I saw a flicker of something deeper, regret mingled with determination, a soul battling the demons of her past. She had lost so much already, I could not let her lose more. A distant rumble echoed from the depths of Jotunheim, a growl that heralded the awakening of the giants, the Jotnar. They were not mere myths or bedtime stories, they were palpable, monstrous shadows that loomed over our fate. I could feel them, each footfall reverberating through the very marrow of the earth, reminding me of the fragility of our existence. I remember reading about them as a child, the way the elders' voices trembled with tales of giants that cast long shadows over our villages. I had laughed then, overestimating my own strength, underestimating the power of the ancient. And now, with blood thrumming in my ears, I realized the fear was not just for myself. It was for the love I had for Freya, for the people we'd sworn to protect. I wanted to scream, to howl against the encroaching void, but my voice was lost among the clashing winds. The weight of 1,000 memories pressed against my chest, memories of laughter shared, of quiet victories, and the agonizing grief that had shaped us. "Look!" Freya's voice rang out again, sharper now, cutting through the haze of panic. She pointed, and I followed her gaze toward the horizon, where the first giant emerged from the swirling darkness. Its form was grotesque, a titanic figure that towered above the trees like a nightmare given flesh. I swear I could see the malice in its eyes, a storm brewing in the depths of its cold gaze. It moved with an unsettling grace, each step sending tremors through the ground, the very air thickening with dread. I could almost hear the giants laughing, a chilling sound that echoed like thunder in my skull. They were not just threats, they were the embodiment of chaos, of destruction. Each giant was a living testament to the worlds we had built, teetering on the brink of collapse. They were supposed to be stories, I murmured, my voice barely a whisper, swallowed by the wind. They were never just stories, Freya replied, her words a lifeline. We've ignored them for too long. They are rising, and we must face them. Her eyes were pools of determination, and I felt something stir inside me, a flicker of hope tangled with dread. But fear is a treacherous beast, gnawing at the edges of resolve, whispering insidious lies. I remembered the faces of those who depended on us, the children with dreams too precious to extinguish. We can't let them destroy everything, I said, my voice steadier now. It was a vow, a promise forged in the cauldron of desperation. The giant's shadow swallowed the light, an all-encompassing darkness that seemed to stretch out, reaching for us with skeletal fingers. I turned to Freya, her face illuminated by a flicker of lantern light, revealing the raw vulnerability beneath her fierce exterior. What if we fail? I asked, my heart a heavy stone in my chest. What if we don't survive this? I remember the stories, she said, her voice trembling yet resolute. You taught me that courage isn't the absence of fear. It's acting despite it. And in that moment, I saw the truth of her words, a glimmer of clarity amid the swirling chaos. Courage is a flame that burns brighter in the heart of fear, illuminating the path ahead. With a synchronized breath, we grasped our weapons and stood shoulder to shoulder, the enormity of what lay before us palpable in the air. The ground shook, and in the trembling silence, our hearts beat in unison. I felt the weight of her presence beside me, an anchor in the storm, and I drew strength from it as we prepared for the inevitable clash. With every tremor that rippled through the ground, I could feel the clock ticking down to our fate, each second like a countdown to oblivion. There was no turning back now. I glanced at Freya, and the fire in her eyes mirrored my own. In that fleeting moment, I grasped the fragility of our existence, the thin thread of hope that bound us to this world. The ground split open with a deafening roar, and the first giant lunged forth, a living embodiment of nightmares. Time stretched and warped around us, caught in the web of fear and courage, and I knew we had only one choice. We would fight, not just for ourselves but for the echoes of laughter and the dreams still alive in the hearts of those who believed. And as we charged into the dark maw of destruction, I took one last look back at the remnants of our past, knowing that we would either carve our names into the annals of history or fade into oblivion. A single heartbeat echoed through the void, a reminder that the giants were not just rising, they were awakening a part of us we never knew existed, the part that would fight, that would resist, that would scream defiantly into the night. The air was thick with the scent of burning wood, a desperate scream swallowed by the crackle of flames. I stood there, feet rooted to the earth, heart pounding like a war drum. Around me, shadows danced, leaping from the flickering orange light, painting the world in hues of chaos. Talvi's hand gripped mine, her knuckles white, and I could feel her trembling. "We can't stay here," she gasped, her voice a mixture of fear and resolve, a siren in a storm. Firelight illuminated her face, revealing the terror etched into her features, the same terror reflected in my own. Then came the roar. Not just the crackle of the fire, but a sound that thrummed deep within my chest, sending a shockwave of dread rippling through my bones. It felt like the universe itself had shifted, like something ancient and powerful was awakening from a slumber long forgotten. I looked up, my eyes drawn to the sky, which twisted and turned with dark clouds swirling like a tempestuous sea. This was no ordinary night in Midgard. This was a night where the boundaries between man and gods frayed, where destinies collided with cataclysmic force. "Look!" Talvi's finger shot toward the horizon, where a shimmering light cut through the darkness. It shimmered, a bridge of gold and silver, twisting and turning like a serpent. Asgard, the realm of the gods. I felt a lump in my throat, a mix of yearning and dread. They were out there, Odin, Thor, Loki, deities whose tales were woven into the very fabric of our existence, yet here we were, mere mortals, grasping at straws in a world of chaos. I had always imagined what it would be like to stand there, to gaze upon the grandeur of Asgard. But now, the thought filled me with fear. What would they want from us? And there he was, standing at the edge of the flames, Rurik. His eyes held a wild glint, a hurricane of emotions. "We have to reach it," he shouted, his voice loud enough to pierce the night. He was a warrior, fierce and unyielding, yet I saw the cracks in his bravado. Behind that bravado lay a deeper conflict. His father had been a god once, a titan of laughter and war, now merely a ghost in the stories told over mead. Rurik's heart was a battlefield, torn between the legacy he inherited and the man he longed to be. Each moment, I felt him slipping, the pull of destiny beckoning him toward Asgard, toward a fate he couldn't quite grasp. But it was Talvi who tugged at my heart. Her dreams haunted her like restless spirits, whispers of a life that seemed just out of reach. "I don't want to be a pawn in their game," she murmured, her eyes glistening with unfallen tears. I remember the childhood tales we shared, laughter ringing out like silver bells, dreams where we were heroes, not mere mortals destined to be crushed beneath the weight of gods. "We are just us," she said, her voice barely a whisper now. "Isn't that enough?" The flames roared higher, licking at the sky, and I realized how fragile our lives were, teetering on the edge of existence. The fire didn't just consume wood, it devoured hope, burned dreams to cinders. I felt an ache in my chest, a weight that pressed against my ribs. I wanted to scream, to rage against the cosmos that had stitched our fates together with such cruelty. "Rurik!" I shouted, my voice cutting through the smoky haze. "What if we are meant to be more than their pawns? What if we can fight?" The words spilled from my lips, raw and desperate, like lifelines thrown into turbulent waters. Rurik turned, his face a mask of confusion and yearning. I saw him for who he was, fierce, flawed but undeniably human, caught in the crossfire of divine manipulation and earthly bonds. The ground trembled beneath us, a low growl reverberating from the earth as the clash of worlds grew closer, the sky crackling with energy. I could feel it thrumming in my veins. "We don't have to submit," I said, each word a lifeline, each syllable a prayer. "We can carve our own path." The fire flickered in response, and for a moment, we stood together, a trio of hearts beating as one against the encroaching darkness. But then, the ground shook violently, and the light from Asgard flickered ominously. A shadow fell over us, a figure emerging like a prophecy born from nightmares. It was Loki, mischief embodied, eyes glinting with mischief and malice. "Oh, but why would you wish to sever the ties that bind?" he drawled, voice dripping with sarcasm. "The gods have plans, you know. And you, oh, sweet mortals, are simply part of the tapestry." Talvi shuddered beside me, and Rurik's fists clenched tightly. The air pulsed with tension, the unseen threads of fate weaving tighter around us. I wanted to scream, to fight against the gravity of his words. Yet in that moment of dread, I felt a flicker of something else, defiance, perhaps. We weren't just pawns. We were fire and flesh, heartbeats and dreams. The spectre of the past loomed large, memories swirling around me, and my mother's laughter, my father's voice reminding me of courage in the face of despair. Time seemed to stretch, the seconds slipping away like sand through fingers, each grain an echo of what could have been. I remembered Talvi's smile when we spoke of a future unbound. I remembered Rurik's fierce determination. "Stay back!" I shouted, the words tumbling from my mouth, propelled by a surge of adrenaline. The flame flickered as if in response, pulsing with life, a reflection of our own hearts caught in this storm. As Loki stepped closer, the atmosphere thickened, a palpable tension that hung heavy in the air. I saw the smirk on his face, but there was something darker lurking beneath, a promise of chaos and destruction. "You think you can rewrite your destiny?" he taunted, and I felt the weight of the cosmos staring back at me, a challenge that reverberated through my soul. In that moment, staring into the abyss of an uncertain future, I knew I had to make a choice. The flames roared, and the light from Asgard beckoned, but my heart belonged to the earth beneath my feet and the friends beside me. We were not merely players in some grand game, we were the fighters, the dreamers, standing defiantly against the tide of fate. The clock in my chest ticked louder, a metronome of shadows and choices, each tick a reminder of the life pulsing around us. Time to act. Time to fight. The boundaries between Midgard and Asgard blurred around us, threatening to pull us into the depths of an unfathomable fate. And as I took a step forward, my heart pounding like a war drum, I knew this was just the beginning. The wind howled like a banshee, a relentless shriek that clawed at the edges of the craggy mountain. Lightning rent the sky, momentarily illuminating a figure, skeletal against the dark, Odin, the All-Father, the seeker of truths. His one eye, a swirling storm of desperation and determination, narrowed against the torrential gusts. He stood at the precipice of the world, where the realms converged and shadows whispered ancient secrets. The air crackled, not just with electricity but with the weight of his choices, sacrifices that danced like phantoms at the edge of his mind. "Wisdom comes at a cost," he muttered under his breath, a mantra that tasted like iron on his tongue. His heart beat in syncopation with the thunder, each thump a reminder that the price for knowledge was never currency but flesh and spirit. He remembered the last time he had tasted victory, the bitter aftertaste of loss still lingering. Lofn, a friend turned bitter rival, had paid the price for ambition, a head severed, blood spilled on the altar of Odin's insatiable hunger for understanding. "I remember," he whispered, the wind snatching the words from his lips. Beside him, a flickering flame cast eerie shadows on the stones. Freya stood, her gaze fixed on the churning abyss below. Her golden hair whipped around her face like a halo, yet her eyes were dark, stormy seas of grief. "You know this path leads to ruin," she said, her voice a tremor beneath the roar of the storm. "What more do you seek, Odin? What knowledge is worth the lives that hang in the balance?" He turned to her, a flash of vulnerability breaking through his stoic facade. "I seek understanding. I cannot let the shadows swallow us whole. If I do not know, I cannot protect those I love." But love felt like shackles dragging him deeper into the void. Each word forged a bond and fractured his heart simultaneously. He could feel the weight of her stare, heavy with unspoken words, wrapped in a shroud of shared history. Freya's heart ached, a throb that echoed through her very essence. She remembered the night they danced, long before the shadows thickened, a celebration of victories, visions, and naive dreams. Now, those dreams felt like ghosts, flickering in the corner of her mind. "You risk everything, Odin," she said, the tension in her voice a taut string ready to snap. You cannot save them all. You must choose. And there it was, the reckoning. The air shimmered with unacknowledged fears, doubts tangled with resolve. Odin's gaze drifted to the horizon, where the skies bled crimson, a sign, perhaps, that the fates were not in his favor. I will not stand by and watch the world crumble, he growled, the storm within him matching the tempest outside. Each syllable was a hammer striking the anvil of fate, forging a path that would lead to cataclysm or salvation, an emptiness that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. As the winds howled louder, the earth trembled beneath them, sensing the turmoil of their hearts, the storm's fury a reflection of their inner chaos. In that moment, a shadow loomed closer, an entity woven from the fabric of nightmares, a specter of past choices and future regrets. A figure wreathed in darkness, teeth like jagged stones, grinned from the void. It was Mimi, the keeper of wisdom, his voice a chilling caress. The cost is dear, Odin. Will you pay it? Odin's spine prickled, an instinctual fear coursing through him. What must I sacrifice? Mimi's laughter echoed, a haunting melody that resonated through the storm, the sound like broken glass. Everything. You know that. The mind cannot hold without a body, and the heart cannot beat without sacrifice. Choose your offering. Freya shivered, her breath quickening. The weight of the moment pressed down on her, wrapping around her like a vice. They stood on the precipice of decision, where the lines between salvation and damnation blurred into a murky haze. You cannot trust him, she warned, a tremor in her voice. He is a siren, beckoning you to depths unknown. I can sense it, Odin. Step back. But Odin's heart thundered in defiance, each pulse a battle cry. I cannot, he began, but the words tangled in the storm, swallowed by the cacophony of doubt and desire. His spirit wrestled with the chains of consequence, he felt its cold grip tightening around his throat. He remembered the sacrifices of those who came before him, how they had paid with their lives, their souls. Each memory flickered like a dying ember, warming him with its pain. I remember, he said, his voice raw, I remember the faces of those I lost, their eyes pleading for more time. And there it was, the haunting truth that gnawed at him, a truth that bore its weight upon his back. I cannot let their sacrifices be in vain, he whispered, the declaration a shard of glass embedded in his heart. Freya stepped closer, her hand reaching out, trembling like a leaf caught in the wind. But at what cost? You cannot erase their pain with more bloodshed. Your wisdom will not save your soul. The storm raged, a tempest of emotion swirling around them, every heartbeat a reminder of what hung in the balance. Odin's resolve solidified, a cornerstone of his identity forged in fire. No more shadows. No more sacrifices of innocence. I will bear the burden. I will pay whatever price necessary. The darkness around them shifted, pulsating like a living thing, the storm's cadence a symphony of chaos matching the rhythm of their hearts. Mimi grinned wider, the promise of knowledge lurking just beyond grasp. The stakes were higher than ever, the abyss beckoned with its insidious whisper, and they stood at the precipice, hearts racing, the air thick with unsaid words. And as the storm roared, one thing became painfully clear, the quest for knowledge demanded everything, and the weight of that truth would haunt them forever. The clang of steel sliced through the air, sharp and cold, each impact a resounding echo of lives teetering on the edge of oblivion. Helga felt the vibrations in her bones, a drumbeat of chaos exploding around her as she fought for breath, for clarity. She could scarcely hear her own heartbeat over the cacophony of battle, but it pulsed in her ears like a warning siren. This was it. The end was a whisper away, and all she wanted was to be chosen. Blood splattered across her cheek like a mad artist's strokes, painting her face in a mosaic of desperation and fury. Each drop told a story, a life extinguished just moments before, each body crumpled on the ground a reminder of the fragility of existence. Her grip tightened around the hilt of her sword, knuckles white against the worn leather. She was a Valkyrie, a chooser of the slain, but in this moment, she was as much a participant in the dance of death as those desperate warriors lunging for their final breath. I remember, Helga whispered to herself, fighting the tide of memories that threatened to drown her. I remember when this was a dream. Across the battlefield, Magnus fell to his knees, the glint of despair sharp in his eyes as he struggled to rise again. He was a warrior, forged from the fires of loss, yet the weight of his failures chained him to the earth. His brother had died in his arms, a gaping wound spilling crimson life onto the grass, and Magnus had sworn to avenge him, to carve a new fate from the bones of their enemies. But vengeance had led him here, to a field strewn with death, where even the promise of glory felt hollow. He looked up, searching for a glimpse of Helga, for the reassurance that she was still alive amidst the storm of chaos that swirled around him. But the shadows danced, mocking him with their fickle nature. "Helga!" he shouted, voice raw and frayed. The word hung in the air, a lifeline thrown into the tumultuous sea of battle, and for a heartbeat, time held its breath. But the moment shattered as an enemy soldier lunged forward, screaming a battle cry that echoed Magnus's own despair. He met the attack with force, but his heart wasn't in it. Instead, it was a hollow vessel, echoing the call of his lost brother, of lives he couldn't save. And as the blade met flesh, a sickening squelch, he felt the grief wrapping around him like a serpent, squeezing tighter, tighter until he thought he might choke on it. "I remember," Helga's voice broke through the fog of battle, forcing Magnus to focus. "I remember the sweetness of summer, the way the sun kissed our skin, how we laughed like fools, thinking we were invincible." But invincibility was a cruel joke. She had learned that lesson too well. Each time she took a life, a piece of her soul slipped away, until all that was left was an aching void filled with memories too painful to bear. She had chosen this path, to wield a sword and carry the weight of her kin's legacies. She had chosen to be a Valkyrie, to rise above the blood, but the cost was staggering. "Helga!" Magnus stumbled over the bodies, desperation clawing at him. He could see her now, a radiant figure in the gloom, her hair whipping about her like a banner of defiance. Rage and sorrow battled within him, a tempest of emotions that churned and roiled. "We need to leave. This isn't our fight anymore." But Helga shook her head, determination carved into her features. "It is, Magnus. It always has been. We are the bridge between life and death, and they need us now more than ever." With a swift motion, she struck down a foe, her sword slicing through the air with a grace that belied the brutality of the act. She was both angel and demon, a creature of light and darkness, tethered to her duty as the Valkyrie she had sworn to be. Yet inside, she felt herself wavering, the weight of the lives they couldn't save pressing down upon her chest like an iron cage. "I remember," the whisper of the past haunted her. "I remember the promise we made beneath the stars. Promises mean nothing." Magnus roared, fury igniting his voice. "Look around you, Helga. This is madness. We can't save them all." "No," she admitted, the truth like a dagger in her heart. "But we can save some." And with that, she surged forward, a force of nature, her spirit unyielding. She was the Valkyrie, the chooser of the slain, and the battlefield was her domain. Each heartbeat quickened with purpose, the air charged with unspoken tension. Shadows flickered like ghosts around them, remnants of fallen warriors, and the sky above rumbled ominously, a reminder that fate was ever watchful, ever waiting. Magnus followed, caught in the maelstrom of her resolve, even as doubt gnawed at his insides. He saw the flicker of hope in her eyes, the fierce fire that ignited when they fought side by side. But hope was a fickle mistress, and the price of their duty was measured in tears and blood, in the lives of those they couldn't save. "Helga!" A figure emerged from the haze, one of the fallen, a friend lost to the chaos. His eyes locked onto hers, a plea for salvation that echoed through the void. And in that moment, time fractured, a kaleidoscope of memories swirling around them, the laughter of childhood, the warmth of kinship, the stark coldness of loss. They were torn between the past and the present, between duty and the fierce longing for a life unshackled by the chains of conflict. Together, she breathed, a promise heavy with the weight of their intertwined fates. Together, he echoed, and as they plunged deeper into the fray, the boundary between life and death blurred, a haunting waltz on the edge of the abyss. The battlefield stretched into eternity, a tapestry woven from despair and valor, and as the Valkyries danced through the chaos, the echoes of their choices reverberated, a haunting melody that would never cease. A storm was brewing, not just in the sky but in the very heart of Asgard, and its fury echoed through the hallowed halls like a forgotten prayer. Shadows danced, flickering against the stone walls, as the air crackled with an energy that made the hair on the back of my neck stand. I was there, in that moment, every heartbeat a countdown, every breath drawn heavy with the weight of impending chaos. The clash of distant thunder rumbled like a warning, each boom a reminder that something monumental was about to shift in the fabric of our world. Freya stood at the window, her gaze fixed on the horizon, eyes glistening with a tempest of emotions. Her hands, delicate yet powerful, were pressed against the cold glass, knuckles white with tension. I saw it all, the fear etched on her face and the fierce determination flickering behind her eyes. "He's coming," she whispered, the words a fragile thing barely surviving the storm. And in that moment, I remember the warmth of her laughter, the way it could brighten even the darkest corners of my soul. But this was different. This was the edge of despair, the precipice of a battle that would reshape destinies. And then there was Loki, always lurking, always scheming, a flicker of mischief wrapped in layers of sorrow. I caught him watching Freya, the weight of his emotions hanging like a shroud. "What are you willing to sacrifice for a god?" he asked, and his voice was honey-coated venom. He was right, of course. We were about to give birth to a storm, a thunder god, fierce and untamed, but at what cost? His words pricked at my resolve, each syllable a reminder of our fractured loyalties. The sky outside roared in symphony with the brewing conflict within. I remember the way it felt, a palpable pulse thrumming beneath my skin, a heartbeat shared with the cosmos. Time twisted, stretched like the fabric of a dream that teetered on the edge of nightmare. I could taste the electricity, sharp and metallic on my tongue, a reminder that everything was about to change. It was as if the universe held its breath, suspended in a moment that felt both eternal and fleeting. Then came the scream, the cry of a mother, raw and primal. It reverberated through the halls, sending chills down my spine. Freya spun towards me, her eyes wide with terror, and in that instant, I understood the depth of her anguish. "It's happening," she breathed, and I felt my heart shatter at the realization. The child, our child, was on the brink of entering a world filled with chaos, uncertainty, and the shadows of gods. Would he be a protector or a destroyer? Would he wield the thunder with honor or let it consume him? I found myself in a whirlwind of memories, fragments of laughter in sunlit meadows, echoes of war cries fading into the distance. I remembered the stories, grand tales of heroism and tragedy, of gods brought low by their own hubris. They were lessons, but lessons often forgotten in the heat of the moment. I had a strange, bitter taste in my mouth as I realized how easily the line between friend and foe could blur when destinies collided. An explosion of light shattered the darkness outside, illuminating Freya's face, and for a fleeting heartbeat, she looked like a goddess, a fierce protector ready to take on the world. But the doubt in her eyes betrayed her strength. "What if he is destined for destruction?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the crackling thunder. Loki stepped closer, a mask of confidence plastered over the chaos brewing inside him. "Or he could be our salvation," he countered. I could see the desperation in his eyes. He longed for redemption, for something to salvage from the wreckage of his past choices. But would that redemption cost us everything? The world outside quaked, the winds howling like lost spirits. With every flash of lightning, I felt the intensity grow, a tempest of emotion swirling, threatening to pull us under. I closed my eyes, trying to quell the storm within, forcing myself to breathe through the fear that clung to my throat like a vice. And then, a silence fell, heavy and suffocating. We stood on the cusp of something monumental, the air thick with anticipation. Time stretched, and suddenly, it felt as if the cosmos itself awaited the child, the thunder god that would either save us or doom us. I opened my eyes, locking gazes with Freya, whose spirit flickered like a candle in the wind. "What if he needs us?" I dared to ask, my voice trembling with the weight of that truth. "Then we fight for him," she replied, fierce and unyielding. I felt a surge of hope in her words, a warmth that spread through the icy tendrils of fear coiling around my heart. We were standing on the brink of creation, and yet, the shadows loomed larger than ever. Could love truly conquer the chaos? A rumble shook the ground beneath us. The moment had come, the genesis of a god amidst the chaos of our fears and hopes. I remember thinking about what it meant to be a protector, the sacrifices we would all have to make, the darkness we would need to confront. Each of us was flawed, each of us searching for a way forward. With the birth of Thor, the heavens roared, a wild symphony of thunder and lightning, echoing our own turmoil. A new chapter was being written, one filled with possibilities both glorious and terrifying. In that instant, I felt the pulse of the universe, beating in sync with my own, a reminder that life, love, and destiny were intertwined in ways we could never fully grasp. As the first cry of the thunder god broke through the storm, I knew this was not only the birth of a child but the beginning of a saga that would ripple through time, an echo of the past, a promise of the future, and a testament to the complexity of what it means to be alive. The winds howled in acceptance, and the world around us trembled, ready to embrace whatever came next. The air is thick, heavy with the scent of iron and sweat, a reminder that love is a battlefield. I stand on the edge of the forest, shadows creeping in like whispers of doom, the last traces of sunlight swallowed by the horizon. The chill bites at my skin, and I feel it, an electric pulse vibrating through the ground, signaling war lurking just beyond the trees. In the distance, the clash of swords and the cries of men rise, a cacophony of desperation and fury. I remember the day she left, the day Freyja slipped through my fingers like grains of sand. The world seems to hold its breath, waiting for a reckoning. Ela, fierce and wild, her heart beating like a war drum, grips my arm. "We can't go back," she hisses, her voice a knife slicing through the weight of the moment. Her eyes blaze with a fire that both terrifies and enthralls me. Not now. I can't tear my gaze from her. The way she stands, defiant, unyielding, reminds me of Freyja herself, the goddess of love and war, of beauty and bloodshed. Ela has her light, but it flickers like a candle in a storm. Freyja wouldn't want this, I say, though the words taste bitter on my tongue. A part of me knows it is a lie. The goddess thrives in chaos, dances in the midst of carnage, her laughter mingling with the screams of the dying. I remember the way she held her staff, how she commanded the hearts of warriors, igniting their spirits with a promise of glory. But in that promise lay a dark seed, loss, betrayal, longing. Ela's grip tightens, and I feel the weight of her desperation, the depth of her wounds. "Love won't save us, not now," she breathes, her voice trembling with an urgency that echoes the drumbeats of war. Freyja is a fickle mistress. I feel her pain like a phantom limb, haunting, inescapable. She's lost so much, and yet here she stands, ready to face the darkness. It draws me in, a vortex of emotion I can't resist. Love and war, intertwined like the roots of an ancient tree, binding us to our fate. Just then, a figure emerges from the shadows, the silhouette of a man cloaked in darkness, a ghost from my past. Eric, my brother, his eyes reflecting the chaos around us. I see the weight of his choices pressing down on him, and I can almost taste the bitterness of regret on my tongue. "You shouldn't be here," he growls, all bravado but with a hint of vulnerability, a crack in the armor he wears like a second skin. "This is no place for love." I want to scream, to shake him until the truth shatters the facade. But I can't. I remember how we once laughed under the stars, our dreams vast and uncontainable, but time has a way of erasing light, leaving only shadows. Shadows that flicker in the corners of our minds. "It's always a place for love," I say, my voice trembling with the weight of my conviction. "Without it, what are we?" "Survivors," he snaps. "And I intend to survive." His eyes glint with a desperation that chills me to the bone. Love is a luxury in times like these, and I wonder if we have all become ghosts, wandering through a world that has forgotten the warmth of affection. Ela steps closer to me, her presence a balm against the cold. "Freyja's blessings are fickle," she says softly, almost to herself. She gives with one hand and takes with the other. What will she take from us? The question hangs in the air, a spectre of dread that gnaws at my insides. I think of Freyja, of the joy she brings and the heartbreak that follows. Love is a seductive beast, and we are but its puppets, dancing to its chaotic rhythm. My heartbeat quickens as the sounds of battle draw closer. The earth trembles beneath us, as if it too knows the weight of impending doom. Ela's breath quickens, and I feel her pain like a shared wound. Her love for Eric, a love that once flourished, now twisted into something dark and unrecognizable. The love of a goddess, perhaps, but not without its price. The shadows deepen, and I catch a glimpse of our destiny. This moment is a crossroads, where hearts collide and fractures deepen. I can almost see Freyja standing in the distance, cloaked in twilight, her laughter echoing through the trees. "What do you want, Ela?" I ask, my voice cracking under the weight of expectation. "I want to feel alive," she whispers, and in that moment, the world shifts. I see the truth in her eyes, an insatiable hunger for love, for life, even as the specter of war looms above us. I remember the stories of Freyja, of how she weeps for lost souls, for the hearts shattered in the name of love. Eric's voice cuts through my thoughts, taut with emotion. "Then fight for it," he shouts, his gaze burning with purpose. "Love is not enough. We have to seize it." The tension crackles in the air, stretching taut like a bowstring, ready to snap. I feel the room around us spin, the weight of their desires pulling us all toward a climactic struggle where love and war collide. And just as the echoes of the battlefield surge, a deeper truth pierces through the chaos. Freyja is a reflection of us all, the embodiment of love's duality, a bright light and a consuming fire. Her essence is woven into the fabric of our very beings, a relentless reminder that love can bring both ecstasy and agony. The forest stands as a witness, each breath we take mingling with the scent of damp earth and impending ruin. I clutch Ela's hand, feeling the warmth of her skin, grounding me. We face this together, I declare, though uncertainty clings to my words. It feels like a fragile promise, teetering on the edge of oblivion. But then, a pulse of courage swells within me. In the heart of darkness, I can almost hear Freyja's laughter, a haunting melody that dances through the air, promising that love, raw, unyielding, fierce, will always prevail, even in the face of devastation. As the first clash of swords rings out, I hear the call of destiny, a siren song leading us into the fray. Love, war, and fertility entwined like roots beneath the soil, their dance igniting a fire within us all. We will fight, for what is love without the scars that shape us? What is life without the promise of rebirth amidst destruction? And as the shadows close around us, I know this is just the beginning of a greater tale, a saga woven with threads of pain, passion, and relentless hope. The echoes of Freyja will guide us, and in her name, we will love fiercely, even as we face the abyss. The world trembled beneath the weight of twilight, shadows creeping like ghosts across the cracked stones of Asgard. The clang of metal rang through the air, sharp and jarring, like a scream caught in a throat. I stood there, breathless, watching as the builders toiled tirelessly, sweat mingling with the dust of the earth, the construction of Bifrost unfolding before my eyes, a bridge of light, a promise, and a curse woven into the very fabric of existence. My heart thrummed like a war drum, each beat urging me closer to the precipice of despair. I remember the faces of the laborious, lives etched into their tired brows. Loki, whose laughter could slice through the thickest veil of sorrow, now silent. His vibrant spirit crushed under the relentless ambition of creation. I saw him, shoveling stones, burying dreams beneath layers of gravel. His hands were calloused, not just from labor, but from betrayal, an ache that mirrored my own. "It's for them," he murmured once, his voice a fragile thing, "for the realms." But the weight of the worlds above hung heavy on his shoulders, and I feared he would crumble beneath it. Next to him was Freyja, fierce and unyielding, her spirit like a wildfire. She was the heart of the operation, yet every spark of her energy flickered with an unmistakable exhaustion. I watched her weave magic into the very foundation of Bifrost, each incantation a whispered wish for hope, yet her eyes held a storm. "What if it fails?" she asked me one night, the glow of the forge casting shadows on her face. I wanted to comfort her, but the words clung to my tongue, heavy with reality. "Then we'll fall," I said, and we both knew that was not just a metaphor. I remember the night when the stars began to fade. It was a moment that should have echoed with beauty but resonated instead with an eerie silence, an omen cloaked in darkness. The sky convulsed, colors warring against each other, the ethereal glow of Bifrost flickering like a dying ember, and I felt my stomach twist. "It's too much," Loki grunted, slamming his shovel down. "We can't build a bridge to the cosmos if the cosmos won't hold it." Tension crackled in the air, heavy and palpable, as if the universe itself held its breath. Freyja's hands trembled as she traced the ancient runes, her magic faltering like a child learning to walk. I could see the doubt creeping into her heart, a black ink blot spreading across a pristine page. "Maybe we're just fools," she whispered, and oh, how that thought echoed inside me, bouncing off walls of uncertainty. Then came the night when the winds howled like a pack of wolves, fierce and relentless. Instinctively, we gathered, the three of us, 2 friends and a sister forged in the fires of ambition and fear. The air felt electric, charged with the energy of 1,000 forgotten dreams and unvoiced regrets. "This is our chance," Loki said, his voice raw, eyes gleaming with a wild fire. "We either finish this or we die trying." Freyja's breath hitched, the weight of his words hanging between us like a fragile thread. "But what if we succeed?" she asked, the question more terrifying than the thought of failure. I could see the truth in her eyes. If we succeeded, would we still be the same? Could we carry the burden of such power without losing ourselves? In that moment, I felt the cosmos stretch, as if it were waiting, watching. The stars twinkled like mocking eyes, and I found myself drawn into the abyss of possibility. Could we truly build this bridge, this connection between worlds? Could we hold the weight of all that lay beyond? With trembling hands, we joined together, pouring our essence into the stone and steel, bending the fabric of reality with our collective will. The air thickened, charged with sweat, blood, and belief, each heartbeat a reminder of our fragility. The ground shook beneath us, but we pressed on, driven by the ghosts of our past and the specters of our dreams. A sense of desperation surged, palpable and real, the kind of fear that grips you when you realize you have no choice but to jump into the unknown. We chanted, voices soaring and colliding, the rhythm of our desperation rising to meet the heavens. By earth, by air, by the fire of our souls, we build, we cried. The wind roared, as if in response, a cacophony of nature itself urging us forward. Each stone we laid was a testament to our resolve, yet I felt the shadows closing in. They whispered doubts, taunted us with visions of collapse, the bridge crumbling, the realms unwinding, our lives dissolving into nothingness. And then I saw it, the shimmering arch rising above us, bending toward the sky like a lover reaching for the stars. A breathtaking sight, yet I felt a pang of fear. What if this beauty was a trap? What if the bridge was not a path to salvation but a chasm of despair? "Look!" Freyja shouted, her voice cutting through the chaotic storm of my mind. I turned, breath caught in my throat. The colors danced, vibrant and alive, a promise shimmering at the edge of our reality. But as I stared, I saw beyond the glimmer, saw the cracks forming like veins in stone, whispers of impending doom. "It's beautiful," I said, my voice trembling. "But what if it's not enough?" In that moment, the universe pulsed, and I felt the weight of our choices pressing down like a mountain, immovable and unforgiving. I could see Loki's face, the flicker of hope and despair intertwined in his gaze, and I could feel my heart breaking, not just for us, but for everything we were trying to save. The air thickened, tension soaring to a breaking point as we stood on the precipice of creation and destruction. The cosmos seemed to tremble, as if holding its breath alongside us. I could sense the threads of fate weaving tighter, the boundary between reality and dreams blurring. Bifrost was more than a bridge, it was a manifestation of our fears and our dreams, a connection not just to realms above but to the very core of who we were. In that fleeting moment, I understood, we were not merely builders, we were the architects of our own destiny, teetering on the edge of madness and brilliance. And just like that, I felt a shift. The shadows loomed closer, wrapping around us like a lover's embrace, cold and suffocating. The air crackled with energy, a storm heralding what was to come. No longer could we turn back, we had crossed the threshold, and now, the only way was forward, into the unknown, into the heart of Bifrost. In that abyss, in the chaos of our fears and desires, we would either rise or fall, hope and despair danced in tandem, an eternal waltz echoing through the cosmos. And as we took that first step onto the bridge, the world held its breath, balancing on the precipice of possibility, waiting to see if we would break or soar. The wind howled like a wild beast, a harbinger of chaos. Each gust rattled the brittle bones of the ancient trees, their gnarled branches clawing at the storm-laden sky. I stood there, rooted to the ground, the air heavy with the scent of impending rain and despair. A tempest was brewing, not just in the skies but in every corner of our fractured world. I could feel it in my bones, a sickening premonition gnawing at my insides. "Can you hear that?" Lyra whispered, eyes wide, brimming with a mix of terror and wonder. She clutched a worn tome against her chest, the edges frayed and whispering secrets of destinies entwined long ago. Her voice trembled like the fragile leaves above us, caught in the throes of nature's wrath. "It's like the universe is screaming." Every heartbeat felt like a drum, an echo in the void that surrounded us. I wanted to scream back, to defy the chaos, but words strangled on my tongue, trapped by fear. The ground beneath us pulsed, a living thing, breathing with an urgency that felt almost cosmic. I remembered stories of the old gods, of Ragnarok, the end of all things, whispers that danced through the taverns like spirits of the damned. But those tales were meant to frighten children, to keep them from straying too far at night. They weren't supposed to be real. "Ragnarok," I murmured, the word tasting bitter in my mouth. I could see shadows shifting at the edges of my vision, dark figures lurking just beyond the fringes of safety. They felt alive, and I fought the urge to turn and flee. What if it's true? Lyra's fingers curled tighter around her book, knuckles white against the leather cover. "We have to warn them," she insisted, urgency lighting a fire in her chest. But I saw the flicker of doubt in her eyes. We were just two souls wandering a world on the brink, and warning the masses felt like standing before a tidal wave, arms spread wide, daring it to crash down. The shadows shifted again, coalescing into the figure of Torvald, his massive frame blocking the path ahead. His presence was a mountain, solid and immovable, yet I could see the storm raging within him. "You two are chasing phantoms," he growled, voice like thunder rumbling through the valley. "There's no storm coming, only the end of days." I wanted to argue, to tell him there was more at stake than his stubbornness, but the weight of his words clung to me like the scent of smoke in the air. I remembered Torvald's laughter, how it could fill a room, how it felt like home. But now, his laughter had turned into a weapon, a shield against the truth we all feared. "You can't just ignore it," I pleaded, stepping closer, desperation clawing at my throat. He shook his head, as if casting off our worries like an unwanted cloak. "The world has always been cruel. You think this storm is different? You think it matters?" His voice cracked like old wood, revealing the fragility beneath the bravado. "We're all just shadows in the end." In that moment, I saw the ghost of a boy who once believed in heroes, overshadowed by the weight of reality. An eerie silence fell, a pause before the inevitable crash. The wind picked up, howling like lost souls, and in that cacophony, I felt the ghosts of our pasts. The laughter echoing through sunlit days, the warmth of hands clasped around mugs in dim taverns, the love that had once tied us together. Now it felt like a fraying thread, ready to snap. "Lyra," I whispered, desperation clawing at my insides. "What if we're meant to stop it? What if the stories weren't just stories?" Her eyes met mine, and for a fleeting moment, I saw a flicker of hope, an ember struggling against the darkness. "Then we fight," she breathed, and the conviction in her voice ignited a spark within me. "We fight because we have to. We owe it to those who came before us." The ground trembled beneath our feet, a warning, a reminder that time was dissolving like sugar in rain. I felt every heartbeat echo against the chaos, a countdown to something inevitable. But how? I felt the weight of the world pressing down, squeezing all hope from my lungs. Together, Lyra stated, her resolve weaving through the uncertainty like a thread of light piercing the dark. "If we hold on to each other, we can weather this storm." Torvald scoffed, but I caught the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, the cracks forming in his facade. "You're both mad," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. I could see the battle raging within him, a man torn between cynicism and the yearning for something greater. I remembered how he would cradle his sister's dreams in his hands, nurturing them like fragile glass, yet now he stood ready to shatter under the weight of reality. "Madness or not, it's better than doing nothing," I shot back, my voice rising, fueled by the tempest around us. "If we stand still, we're already lost." The shadows swirled, whispering secrets only they knew, pulling at the fabric of our lives. I could feel the storm gathering strength, lightning crackling in the distance, a promise of destruction. But amidst the chaos, there was something, an undeniable bond, a tether that refused to fray. Beneath the weight of despair, there was hope, flickering like a dying candle in the dark. With a shared glance, a silent understanding passed between us. We were wounded, flawed, but we were alive. And as the first drop of rain fell, heavy and relentless, I knew we had to move. Our feet found the path that led forward, each step resonating with the heartbeat of a world teetering on the edge. I could hear the storm, feel it in my bones, the whispers of Ragnarok echoing in the wind. But as long as we stood together, we were more than shadows. We were a flicker of light against the dark, a spark ready to ignite the inferno of change. In that storm, we would either be consumed or rise anew. And I, for one, was ready to fight. The air crackled with an electric tension, a silence so heavy it choked out the cries of the dying world. I stood at the edge of the valley, heart racing, drowning in the ominous shadow of the mountains looming above. They were awakening, slowly stirring from their ancient slumber, the giants whose footsteps had carved these lands. I could hear the distant rumble of their approach, a sound like boulders tumbling down a cliff. It echoed in my chest, a reminder of the coming storm. "Are you ready?" Lucas's voice cut through the stillness, barely above a whisper. He was my brother, my anchor, so fiercely determined yet haunted by his demons. I looked at him, the flickering torchlight illuminating the fear etched into his features. His hands trembled, gripping the hilt of his sword like it was a lifeline, like it could shield him from the ghosts of our past. Shadows danced in his eyes, memories of battles lost, and lost too soon. I remember the night before the last fight, I said, words spilling out like the blood we had shed. The stars were bright, too bright, filling the sky with promises that felt like lies. I could still see the faces of the fallen, floating in the darkness, their accusations echoing in my mind. What if we fail again, Lucas? What if we awaken something more than just giants? He turned away, staring into the depth of the valley, where the earth trembled beneath our feet. We can't think like that. We have to believe we can end this. His voice was firm, but I could hear the cracks, the uncertainty. The giants were not mere legends, they were horror-made flesh, and their hunger was insatiable. I could feel the weight of our choices smothering me, like a thick fog rolling in. When I closed my eyes, I could see the battlefield, a mosaic of chaos. It was a place where laughter turned to screams, where dreams dissipated like smoke. Memories rolled over me like waves, relentless and unforgiving. I gripped my sword tightly, knuckles white, desperately trying to anchor myself to the present. "Do you remember our father?" I asked, not really expecting an answer. He always told us stories of heroes who faced overwhelming odds. I laughed, a hollow sound that echoed back at me, mocking. He never mentioned the fear that clutched at your gut, or the way sleep eludes you the night before battle. It doesn't matter what he said, Lucas snapped, but his eyes were glazed over, lost in some far-off memory. What matters is that we fight. We fight for them. For them. Those 3 words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of unfulfilled promises. The ghosts of our family hovered just out of reach, their faces a blur, echoes of lives cut short by the very giants we were preparing to confront. I could almost feel their eyes on us, urging us to finish what they had started. The ground quaked beneath us again, a deep, resonant growl that seemed to shake the very core of the earth. My heart raced, a primal drumbeat of fear and anticipation. The air thickened with dread, a palpable force that pressed against my chest. I glanced at Lucas, whose face had turned pale, eyes locked on the horizon where darkness bled into the fading light. "We're not ready," I whispered, though the words felt like a betrayal. I could hear the wind howling, carrying with it the scent of impending doom. "Yes, we are," he insisted, though his voice wavered. "We have to be." But I remembered the day the village was razed, the night we lost our home to the giant's wrath. I remembered the flames licking the sky, the screams of men, women, children, ghosts that haunted my every step. I didn't want to awaken them. I wanted to wrap myself in the warmth of their memories and forget the horror that lay beyond the valley. The air grew colder, and I shivered as the first echoes of their footsteps reached us, heavy and deliberate, each one a promise of annihilation. The ground shook beneath us, cracks spiderwebbing through the earth, branches snapping like brittle bones. "It's too late," I said, dread clawing at my throat. "They're here." Lucas stepped forward, defiance burning in his eyes. "Then we stand our ground. We face them for everyone who fell, for every soul that was lost." His voice rose, a battle cry against the gathering darkness. But inside, I could see the trembling resolve, a flicker of doubt threatening to consume him. The giants appeared, slowly at first, shadows against the dying sun. Their outlines were monstrous, shapes that twisted reality into a nightmare. I could feel their breath, a wind that stung like ice, carrying with it the remnants of lives past. The air thickened with unspoken fears, and I fought to keep my breath steady, each inhale a battle against the rising tide of panic. "Stay close," Lucas urged, his hand grasping mine, grounding me in this horrific reality. Together, we prepared to confront the darkness, but a nagging doubt gnawed at my insides. Were we the heroes of our story, or merely fools rushing to their doom? As the first of the giants stepped into the light, the very fabric of our world trembled. I felt the weight of our history crushing down on me, the collective pain of 1,000 lives lived in the shadow of these titans. I could barely breathe, heart pounding in my chest like a war drum. I was terrified, heartbroken, and yet, a spark of fierce determination ignited within me. "Whatever happens," I said, voice barely above a whisper, "we won't go quietly. We will fight." And as the giant's eyes glinted with ancient malice, I steeled myself for the confrontation that loomed just beyond the horizon, a clash that would etch our names into the annals of history, for better or for worse. The night was closing in, and the giants were awakening. The howl of the wind was a shriek that sliced through the air, flinging icy droplets against the worn faces of the villagers gathered on the cliff's edge. I stood among them, heart pounding, the world teetering on the brink of chaos. Hrym's name, whispered like a death sentence, echoed in my ears. The giant's shadow loomed larger than the storm clouds above, and I could feel the tremor of his footsteps reverberate in the marrow of my bones. "They say he's coming," I murmured, my voice swallowed by the howling gale, but the others nodded, eyes wide and breathless. Fear painted their faces a ghostly white, and I could taste their dread in the frigid air. We were all haunted by the same spectre, the same prophecy, each heartbeat a drumroll crescendoing toward a fate we could neither comprehend nor escape. Across the rocky precipice, I caught a glimpse of her, Freya, my sister, her wild hair whipping about her face like a furious storm, eyes ablaze with a fire that threatened to consume her. "We have to stop him. We can't let that ship sail." The intensity in her voice was a beacon against the encroaching darkness, but I felt the weight of her desperation. Hrym, the harbinger of Ragnarok, was a towering force of nature, and I feared we were mere moths flailing against his flame. But deep inside, a different fear gnawed at me, a fear of failure, of losing her to this madness. I remembered the stories our mother told us when we were children, the way her voice would weave the fabric of hope into every tale, even as she spoke of gods and monsters. "You can't fight fate," I whispered, but guilt tightened its grip around my heart. I had always been the cautious one, the careful protector. And yet, here we were, standing on the precipice of destruction. Freya turned to me, fury and sorrow intertwining, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "What if there's still a chance, Eric? What if we can save everything?" Her voice was a fragile thread, the kind that could snap at any moment under the weight of reality. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that hope was a cruel jest, but I could see the spark of rebellion in her spirit, the same spark that had always drawn me to her. The skies darkened further, swirling with tempestuous clouds, and the atmosphere crackled as if the world was holding its breath. The wind began to shift, carrying with it a whisper, a promise of calamity. The ship, Naglfar, I thought, the name biting at the edges of my mind. Crafted from the nails of the dead, it was said to sail forth when the world was ripe for destruction. "Listen!" Freya yelled, her voice rising above the cacophony. "If we can reach the harbor before him, we can sink the ship. We can stop him." Her conviction was intoxicating, and for a fleeting moment, I felt my own resolve strengthen. I thought of the families in the village, of their laughter and warmth, of the fires we shared during long winter nights.
Could I really watch it all burn down?
All right, I found myself saying, the word spilling from my lips before I could take it back. We'll try. The urgency in her eyes ignited a flicker of hope in my own heart, and I grasped her hand tightly. Together, we raced down the rocky path, the cold wind biting at our skin, as if the very earth itself was trying to hold us back. Each step felt like a battle against fate. The world blurred around us as we plunged into the shadows of the trees, their gnarled branches clawing at our limbs like the fingers of the dead, and yet I pressed on, fueled by the flickers of desperation and defiance. The distant sound of waves crashing against the rocks echoed like thunder in my ears, a reminder of the chaos that awaited us. Do you remember the tales of Thor? Freya gasped between breaths, her voice strained yet fervent. How he faced giants with nothing but his hammer and his wits. I nodded, though doubt clung to the edges of my heart like frost. That was a story for another time, a time when gods walked among men and hope was a tangible thing. But this was now. This was Hrym, the giant of frost and fury, and we were mere mortals, fragile as the autumn leaves scattered by the wind. Each tree we passed felt like a ghost of our past, memories whispering through the rustling leaves. I remembered the days we spent on the shore, collecting shells, dreaming of adventures that felt impossibly close yet tantalizingly out of reach. Those moments felt like the echoes of another life, a distant rhythm now drowned out by the pounding of my heart. As we emerged from the trees, the harbor lay before us, and the sight gripped my chest like a vice. The ship Naglfar sat moored, its dark wood glistening ominously beneath the ashen sky, a grotesque beauty that spoke of death and despair. I could see figures moving aboard, their silhouettes like shadows dancing in a macabre ballet, and I knew, deep down, I was staring into the mouth of madness. Hrym will be here soon, I whispered, fear clawing at my throat. Freya squeezed my hand, her grip unwavering. This is our chance. We'll burn it to the ground. Her determination pulsed through me, igniting the fragile flicker of hope into a roaring flame. But beneath that flame lay doubt, the haunting specter of what failure might bring. I couldn't let that happen. I wouldn't. We have to act now. The urgency in my voice filled the air, thick and electric, as we rushed toward the ship, the ground trembling beneath our feet as if it too knew the ominous fate that awaited us. Then, a roar split the air, a sound both terrifying and magnificent. Hrym had arrived, a mountain of ice and wrath, and the world froze in the moment before his footsteps crashed down, a reminder that some destinies are carved in stone, and some fates are simply unavoidable. I turned to Freya, her face pale yet resolute, and in that fleeting glance, I understood everything. This was our story, our fight, and no matter what the outcome, we would face the tempest together. The heartbeat of the world pulsed around us, and I took a breath, steeling myself for the chaos that was about to unfold. And then, with a shared nod, we charged forth into the maw of fate, the light of our hope illuminating the shadows that threatened to consume us. Onward, into the storm. There was no turning back now. The air crackled with tension, like the moment before a storm breaks, the haunting silence that pressed in, heavy and suffocating. Shadows danced in the flickering torchlight of Asgard, their shapes twisting into grotesque forms that whispered secrets too terrible to utter. Loki stood at the precipice, the edge of a great chasm where fate twisted like a serpent, ready to swallow them whole. I remember the way his eyes glinted, bright and frenzied, like shards of glass catching the last light of a dying sun. The trickster, he was both the spark and the darkness, the laugh that echoed through the hall, haunting and full of dread. Thor, my brother, stood beside me, his fists clenched, knuckles white as he gritted his teeth against the rising tide of fury. He was a storm incarnate, a whirlwind of muscle and rage, and yet there was something fragile flickering beneath the surface. A vulnerability that gnawed at his heart, buried deep beneath layers of thunderous pride. "Why, Loki," he shouted, voice raw, like a wound ripped open again. "Why do you choose this path of ruin?" His words, a desperate plea laced with betrayal, hung in the air, thick and suffocating. I watched Loki's smirk stretch wider, a Cheshire cat in a world of madness. It's not about choosing, dear brother, it's about the game. His laughter, sharp and cutting, sliced through the tension. And I always win. But beneath the bravado, I saw the flicker of fear. The truth was like a ghost, lingering just out of reach, a fear of being unloved, of never truly belonging. A truth I carried, too, hidden beneath the surface of my own heart. The walls of Asgard trembled as Loki's words echoed, tipping the balance toward chaos. I felt the pulse of fate quicken, a clock ticking down to the final hour, echoing in my ears. Night had fallen, and with it came the specter of inevitability, the slow creep of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. Each heartbeat reverberated with the weight of what was to come. I remember, too vividly, the shimmer of anticipation, the thrill of knowing that the world as we knew it was about to shatter. I looked at Thor, his face a storm cloud, wrestling with the tempest inside. "He doesn't understand," I said, voice barely above a whisper, but the intensity of my fear poured out like an uncontrollable river. "He thinks this is a game, but it's our lives." And as I spoke, I realized that the real tragedy lay in our shared history. Those moments of laughter turned sour, the camaraderie turned bitter. Loki had always been the wild card, the one who danced on the edge of the abyss, but now he teetered dangerously close to the brink. Loki's eyes darkened, a swirling abyss of emotion. "You think I want this?" His voice, suddenly raw, cracked like ice underfoot. "I am not just the villain in your stories. I am the darkness that balances your light." The accusation hung there, heavy and electric, and I felt the weight of it suffocating me. Because he was right. We had painted him as the trickster, the chaos bringer, but in our tales of heroism, we had forgotten to see his pain, the longing for acceptance that twisted like a vine around his heart. The ground trembled beneath our feet as Thor stepped forward, fists raised, ready to unleash the storm that brewed within him. "You are a fool, Loki. You will bring ruin upon us all." But as he spoke, I saw something flicker in Loki's eyes, a moment of doubt, a crack in the facade. I remember how time seemed to stretch, each heartbeat palpable and thunderous, echoing in the silence that followed. Then came the memory, sharp, vibrant, a fleeting glimpse of a time before the shadows consumed us. A summer's day, laughter ringing like bells, the three of us, Thor, Loki, and me, running through the fields, the sun warm on our skin. But even then, there was a darkness lurking, a whisper of betrayal that curled around us like smoke. I can almost taste it now, that bittersweet nostalgia, a reminder of all that might have been. But nostalgia is a cruel mistress, one that binds us to the past while pulling us away from the future. "Loki," I said, my voice trembling, "you don't have to do this. We can find another way." It was a plea, a desperate grasp at the threads of a fraying bond. But he turned away, the cold steel of his resolve cutting me deep. In that instant, as the shadows closed in, I felt the walls of Asgard tremble with the weight of our choices. The air was thick with the scent of burnt dreams, of hope snuffed out like a candle's flame. I caught a glimpse of the future, a world ablaze, the sky weeping fire, and in the heart of it all, Loki standing at the center, laughing as the world crumbled around him. And as the tension peaked, time hung suspended, like the breath before the plunge. I saw Thor's hand twitch, the muscles coiling like a predator ready to strike, but I reached out, fingers brushing against his arm, grounding him. "Wait," I breathed. "We need to find the light in this darkness." But Loki turned back, and the laughter that escaped his lips was a haunting melody, echoing through the chambers of my mind. "Light?" In darkness, he mused, the irony thick in his voice. "You've always been blind, haven't you?" The clock ticked louder, the air electric with impending doom. Shadows danced, teasing, foreboding. Time was slipping through our fingers like grains of sand, each moment leading us closer to the inevitable clash. Ragnarok loomed on the horizon, a storm gathering strength. I remember that night. I remember the echoes of laughter turning to screams, the warmth of brotherhood chilling to ice. The line was drawn, and in that moment of choice, love twisted into betrayal, and the world began to shudder under the weight of our decisions, spiraling into an abyss from which there would be no return. I felt it deep in my bones, the loss, the heartbreak, the inescapable truth that betrayal would be the spark to light the fire of the end. As we faced each other, the distance between us vast, I knew that no matter what, the shadows would always linger, waiting to swallow us whole. The night held its breath, the silence deafening, as we stood on the brink of destruction, caught in the web of our own making. And in that moment, all I could think was that the real battle was not in the world outside, but within us, each heart a battlefield, each choice a weapon, and the stakes were nothing less than the very fabric of existence. The air crackles with a cold eeriness, as if the very gods hold their breath. Shadows cling to the trees, elongating into grotesque shapes under the pale light of a waning moon. I stand at the edge of the clearing, heart pounding, the thrum of an unsteady pulse echoing in my ears, as if the world itself is counting down to a cataclysm. A single, stifling moment stretches, distorting reality, a moment that will fracture everything we know. I remember the laughter of Baldur, vibrant and bright, like sunbeams piercing through the heaviest clouds. It dances in my mind, a cruel juxtaposition to the grim scene unfolding before my eyes. The glimmer of hope that sparkles in his presence now feels like a cruel joke, mocking us all. I glance at Loki, his fingers twitching, as if they crave mischief, or perhaps something darker. He's always been the wild card, a jester with a twisted sense of humor, but tonight, the glint in his eyes is sharp, dangerous. A tightness grips my chest, I should have seen this coming. Baldur! Just take your place, I urge him, my voice a mere whisper against the cacophony of looming dread. The air around us feels thick, pressing against my skin, suffocating in its intensity. He has always been invulnerable, fire, frost, blade, they bounce off him like raindrops against a stone. But tonight, the stakes are higher. Tonight, we are but pawns in a game too ancient for our understanding. Baldur laughs, but it's a hollow sound that crumbles under the weight of inevitability. He steps forward, as if drawn by an unseen force, the light of his essence flickering against the cold, hard truth. What's the worst that could happen? The world around him stirs, an unsettling harmony of tension and anticipation, as if the earth itself knows what's about to happen. I remember the first time we met, his smile, like dawn breaking over a dark horizon, washing away the shadows. He was so full of life, so utterly untainted. But now, the innocence in his laughter feels like shards of glass, cutting into my heart. Baldur, please! The urgency in my voice breaks like a wave crashing against the rocks. You don't have to do this. Loki chuckles, a sound that sends shivers down my spine. Oh, you have no idea what he's capable of, do you? His eyes flicker with a dangerous light, a blend of chaos and delight. He's a god, after all. What's a little challenge to a man who's never known pain? There's a sickening thrill in his words, a twisted anticipation that coils around my throat like a noose. The tension is palpable, each heartbeat dragging us closer to the brink. The forest around us holds its breath, as if even the trees are aware of the weight of the moment. I can taste the bitterness of dread on my tongue, each inhale a reminder of the impending doom. Time runs thin, every second stretching, elongating, dragging us into darkness. And then it happens. A single arrow, glistening with the darkness of betrayal, pierces the night. It strikes Baldur in the chest, the sound echoing like a death knell, a shattering of existence. The world around us implodes, collapsing into silence. I can hardly breathe, the reality refracted through the lens of my shattered heart. I watch as he crumples, a radiant light extinguished in an instant. No! Baldur! My cry pierces the night, raw and desperate. I rush to him, cradling his lifeless form, feeling the warmth of his blood soaking into my hands. The coldness of death wraps around me, suffocating, consuming. The vibrant laughter that once filled the air is replaced by a deafening silence, a void echoing with the absence of joy. Loki's face twists in horror, though I know it's a performance for my benefit. What have you done? I scream, my rage boiling over, a tempest of emotions crashing against the walls of my sanity. This is your doing. But his eyes betray him, they flicker with a fear he cannot mask. It wasn't supposed to be like this. A tremor in his voice, a crack in the facade. It was just a game, a jest. The laughter that once danced on his lips now twists into a bitter memory. I can see it in his eyes, that flicker of doubt, a shadow of the chaos he unleashed. The world spins, a kaleidoscope of grief and fury. I rock Baldur gently, wishing I could return time, undo the horror, erase the moment that shattered us all. Why? Why would you do this? I cry, desperation clawing at my throat. The answer hangs in the air, unspoken, a ghost that whispers in the darkness. Chaos erupts around us. The forest shudders, as if the very earth mourns. Thunder rumbles overhead, the skies darkening, swirling into a tempest of despair. I can feel the fabric of reality fraying, unraveling before my eyes. Shadows stretch and twist, forming shapes that loom over us, mocking the joy that once thrived here. I remember the stories, the tales of gods and fate, of laughter and light. They promised us eternity, but in this moment, it feels like a curse. I look down at Baldur, his face serene even in death, as if he's slipped into a dreamless sleep. I wish I could follow him, escape this horror, but I am anchored here, forced to confront the chaos that dances around us. Loki, I whisper, my voice cracking under the weight of despair. What have you done? The question lingers, a haunting refrain echoing in the shadows, tying us together in this tragic ballet of fate. The air thickens, the clouds roiling overhead, and I realize that this moment is just the beginning. The catalyst for chaos has been ignited, and the world will never know peace again. As the storm rages, I feel it in my bones, the dawning of an age consumed by darkness, the unraveling of our very souls. I clutch Baldur's still form, my heart a cacophony of anguish, fear, and unyielding love. The night stretches on, an abyss that threatens to swallow us whole, and I know, this is only the beginning. The air crackled with a tension so thick you could almost taste it, a bitter tang that clung to the back of the throat. In the dim light of their war room, shadows danced like phantoms across the stone walls, flickering in rhythm with the anxious whispers of the Aesir. Odin, the All-Father, stood at the head of the table, his one eye gleaming with a mix of rage and fear. The map sprawled before him like the bloody aftermath of a great battle. Inked lines and hastily scrawled notes spoke of alliances and betrayals, of friends turned enemies and the bleakness that lay ahead. I remember when the sky was blue, he muttered, the words dripping from his lips with a haunting nostalgia. Now, it's a harbinger of death. His gaze drifted to the window, where dark clouds gathered like an army of specters, threatening to swallow the world whole. Each heartbeat echoed in the silence, a countdown to the inevitable. Beside him, Freya clenched her fists until her nails bit into her palms, the pain grounding her in the reality they faced. "We cannot wait for aid that may never come," she said, her voice sharp and steel, cutting through the tension. She was fierce, yet the vulnerability in her eyes betrayed a storm of doubt. Allies were not just names on a map, they were memories carved in blood and loss. We must act now, while we still have time. But time was a fickle mistress, and in her grasp, the Aesir felt small. Loki, slouched in a shadowy corner, sneered at the very notion of camaraderie. "What a quaint idea, Freya. You think they'll come, those who've turned their backs on us? You're dreaming." His voice dripped with sarcasm, yet beneath the jest lay a truth too bitter to swallow. His own hands were stained with past betrayals, and the weight of his laughter was a reminder that every jest carried a wound. As Odin turned to face Loki, the air thickened further, the tension snapping in a way that made the heart race. "You think I want to beg for help, Loki? You think I crave the taste of desperation?" His voice was low, a growl that rattled the very bones of the hall. "We are gods, yet we are bound by our choices, by the choices of those we once called friends." Outside, thunder rumbled, a deep growl echoing the turmoil within. Each crack of lightning illuminated the room, revealing faces carved in despair and determination. Every Aesir felt the ominous weight of dread, the approaching storm mirrored in their hearts. They were warriors, yes, but now they were warriors on the brink of losing everything, teetering on the edge of annihilation. "I remember," Freya started, her voice trembling. "I remember the laughter we shared, the feasts that echoed through the halls, the bonds forged in battle." The memories echoed like ghosts, haunting her. But now? Now it feels tainted. Like the laughter was just a mask. She looked around the room, her eyes locking onto each face, seeking solace in the shared pain. We cannot let their silence be our end. In that moment, Odin saw it, a flicker of resolve igniting in the depths of their souls. Then we shall make a choice, he declared, the fire in his heart igniting a flicker of hope in the room. We will reach out to those who still believe in our cause. We will remind them of the bonds we forged. Loki scoffed, but even he felt the stirrings of something greater than himself. And if they refuse? If they laugh in our faces? What then? His eyes glinted with mischief, but there was an undercurrent of fear that maybe, just maybe, they had pushed too far. Then we remind them of the price of betrayal, Odin replied, a cold fury washing over him, rippling through the room like a chill wind. The words felt like a spell, pulling them closer to the edge of an abyss they could not yet see. We will gather our allies, but we will also prepare for war. Not just against our enemies, but against our own doubts. Freya nodded, a mixture of determination and despair swirling within her. We'll send ravens. Messages of urgency. We'll remind them of their oaths. Her voice grew fierce, igniting a flame within the others. We are the easier. We will not fade into obscurity, we will rise. And as they spoke, the shadows seemed to retreat, bending to their will, as if the very essence of the cosmos listened in rapt attention. Loki stood, a smirk creeping across his lips, the tension in his shoulders loosening. I suppose I'll dust off my charm, then, he said with a lilt, but the laughter that followed felt different, a resonance of camaraderie that hadn't existed before. Let's see if the giants care to dance. But beneath the laughter lay an unspoken truth, a dark whisper in the back of their minds. They were gathering allies, but every ally was a gamble, every call for help a reminder of their vulnerabilities. Would they come? Or would they, too, succumb to the shadows? In that dim war room, a fragile web of hope was spun, tethering them together against the encroaching darkness. Each heartbeat echoed the resolve to fight, to push against the tide of despair that threatened to wash them away. The cosmos felt alive, an electric pulse igniting their spirits, but the looming spectre of war wrapped around them, tightening like a noose. The scent of iron and smoke filled the air, a reminder of battles fought and sacrifices made. And as they prepared for what lay ahead, the night grew darker outside, the stars cloaked in ominous clouds. Time slipped away, but their resolve only deepened, their hearts quickened, pounding like war drums calling the easier into the fray. They were warriors, they were gods, but above all, they were a family, bound by sacrifice and burdened by the weight of their choices. And as they gathered their allies, the specters of their past whispered, a haunting reminder that every choice could lead to glory or ruin. As the storm raged outside, the war room pulsed with life, the flickering candles casting long shadows that danced ominously against the walls. The easy were ready, and the world, even in its darkness, awaited their response. The air was thick with a silence so profound it felt like the world was holding its breath, waiting for something terrible to unfold. In the distance, the sky was drawn in ominous shades of grey, heavy clouds swirling like the restless spirits of the damned, and I could swear I heard the mournful wails of the lost, echoing through the valleys. It was a sound that pierced straight into the marrow of my bones, a harbinger of what was to come. I stood on the edge of the crumbling cliff, heart racing, mind reeling. This was it, the final reckoning, the moment we'd all feared yet secretly anticipated, like a child waiting for the monster under the bed to reveal itself. I remember the first time I met her, Hel, daughter of Loki, a spectre draped in shadows. We never stood a chance. She had a smile that could chill the sun, a promise in her eyes that spoke of death yet lured the unwary closer, like moths to a flickering flame. Her laughter was a melody of despair, one I couldn't shake from my mind. I had thought she was beautiful, the kind of beauty that could tear your heart out and offer it back to you with a twisted grin. "Are you afraid?" she'd asked, that day in the moonlight, the air thick with the scent of decay and damp earth. I'd laughed, dismissed her words as a trick of her dark magic, but the truth hung heavy in my chest now, a weight I could no longer ignore. My companion, Einar, stood beside me, his eyes scanning the horizon, wild with fear and determination. His hands trembled slightly, betraying the bravado he tried to project. Einar was a warrior, stubborn, unyielding, always ready for a fight. But beneath that hardened exterior, I knew he was haunted by ghosts of his own making, memories of battles lost and friends fallen. "We can't let her win," he murmured, almost to himself, as if believing it could change the outcome.
But could we ever truly win against an army of the dead?
I remembered the stories, how Hel had raised her army, the wretched souls of those who had died in shame, their anger fueling her wrath. Each ghost was a blade, each whisper a scream, all converging towards us, an unstoppable force. The shadows gathered at her feet, a living tide of despair, and the very ground trembled under their weight. A gust of wind swept across the cliff, sending icy fingers through my hair. I shivered, the chill igniting something primal within me, a desire to fight, to scream, to run. Memories of laughter now felt like faint echoes, and the thought of those innocent days haunted me. Days when the sun rose without a hint of dread, when we bathed more often than not, and romance felt as earthy as the soil beneath our feet. But those days were long gone, and now, I stood at the brink of annihilation. "Look," Einar said, voice barely a whisper, fingers pointing towards the horizon where the dark army gathered, a swirling mass of shadows and death. "They come for us." I felt my heart pound like a war drum, each beat resonating with the fear that coursed through my veins. "We can't fight them alone," I whispered, but even as the words left my lips, I could see the resolve hardening in Einar's eyes. He'd charge into the fray, no hesitation, no retreat. And I admired him for it, even as I feared for him. "Do you remember the old tales?" he asked suddenly, his gaze locked on the approaching horror. "How heroes found strength in their friends, how they drew power from love and sacrifice." I wanted to laugh, wanted to scoff at the romantic notion of heroism in the face of utter darkness. Life wasn't a fairy tale. It was dirty and brutal, a chaotic dance with death and despair. But still, I found myself clinging to those words, fragile as a spider's web, glimmering with the light of hope. I remembered when we first stood together, naive fools in a world that didn't care for our dreams. As the silhouettes of Hel's army drew closer, I could make out their faces, twisted, anguished, mouths agape in silent screams. I felt an overwhelming sense of loss wash over me, as if each soul was a candle snuffed out too soon. "They're just like us," I whispered, the realization slicing through me. They wanted to live, to love, to see tomorrow. Einar nodded, the corner of his mouth twitching in a grim acknowledgement. "But they didn't," he said, voice thick with unshed tears. "And neither will we if we don't stand our ground." I grasped his arm, a lifeline in this gathering storm. "We will fight," I said, feeling the weight of my own conviction. "But we need a plan." In the distance, a figure emerged from the shadows, draped in the remnants of moonlight, a crown of bones adorning her head. Hel herself, the very embodiment of death, stood tall and unyielding. Her gaze pierced through the veil of fear, locking onto mine, and in that moment, I felt the past unravel, the weight of every choice I had made pressing down on me. "You can't win," her voice echoed, a whisper that carried the chill of the void. But I remembered the laughter, the warmth of friendship, the fire of hope. We were not alone, we had each other, we had love. And as long as there was love, there was a flicker of resistance against the encroaching void. Together, I breathed, feeling the adrenaline surge through my veins. Einar nodded, his eyes fierce with determination. The air turned electric, crackling with anticipation as Hel's army surged forward, the ground beneath us trembling with their approach. This was it, the moment where everything would change. My heart raced, pounding in sync with the footsteps of the damned, and I knew that we would either rise or fall together. I took a deep breath, steadying myself for the storm. No turning back. No regrets. Only the fight for our souls, and perhaps, just perhaps, a chance for redemption. The air crackles with an energy so palpable it feels like the very fabric of existence is unraveling. Laura stands on the edge of the crumbling cliff, the smell of salt and fear mingling in her lungs, her heart a frantic drum echoing in her ears. Below, the ocean churns like the souls of the damned, restless and ravenous, longing to swallow the world whole. It's not just Ragnarok that looms, it's the weight of her choices, the darkness creeping into her mind like the tide, relentless and unforgiving. "I can't do this," she whispers into the wind, but the wind, mocking her, carries her words away, leaving only silence, thick and suffocating. But then, just beneath that silence, a memory surfaces, her brother's laughter. Bright. Joyful. Unforgettable. It pierces the storm raging within her, a flicker of warmth in a landscape of frost. She remembers that day they ran through meadows, the sun kissing their skin, blissfully unaware of the shadows creeping just beyond the horizon. Laura. The voice is a thunderbolt, sharp and jagged. It's Eric, her comrade, her anchor, rushing towards her, his face a mask of desperation. We don't have time. They're coming. She can see it in his eyes, the terror, a reflection of her own. It's not just the giants or the beasts of myth, it's the monster they have become, the choices that have chained them to this moment. She clings to the jagged rocks, feeling the texture bite into her palms, grounding her in the chaos. I remember when we thought we could change the world, Eric. Think of the world we still can change, he replies, urgency lacing every syllable. But the pain in his voice echoes a deeper truth. Hope has become a fragile thing, a flickering candle fighting against the gale. And then, there's Sarah, lost, yet still a flicker of light. She's crouched beneath the ruins of an old shrine, clutching an amulet that glimmers with muted magic, the last remnant of the old world, the world where love was not an afterthought but a guiding star. The echoes of her laughter, once bright as constellations, now feel like ghosts dancing just out of reach. If we do this, she murmurs, her voice trembling, we may never come back. Or we may save everyone, Laura shoots back, the words as sharp as the rocks beneath her feet. The weight of possibility hangs heavy, pressing against her chest, suffocating. I remember when we thought courage was the absence of fear, Sarah bites, her eyes blazing with the fire of a dying sun. Now courage feels like a noose tightening around our throats. The ground shakes beneath them, a prelude to the coming storm, a reminder that life is not a fairy tale, but a relentless cycle of struggle. They are mortals in the age of Ragnarok, where gods fought and fell, and humanity was left to sift through the ashes. Each heartbeat is like a clock ticking down, time slipping through their fingers like grains of sand. Do you remember? Eric's voice is raw with longing. Those nights we spent under the stars, making plans that felt as grand as the universe itself. We thought we could outrun fate. I remember, Laura whispers, her voice cracking like the earth beneath them, but fate feels like a noose, tightening, the shadows gather, swirling like smoke, taunting them with the past and the future, each whisper a reminder of their mortality. The air grows thick with despair, and yet, there's a flicker of hope, a defiance that refuses to die. They are flawed, they are scared, but they are alive. Each scar, each wound tells a story, a testament to their strength. Then let's make our story matter, Sarah declares, lifting her chin, determination sparking in her eyes. Let's carve out a place for ourselves in this madness. Let's be the humanity that survives. Those words hang in the air, heavy with promise. They are warriors, not just against the giants of legend but against the confines of their own hearts. They are flesh and blood, bound together by dreams, by fears, by the haunting melodies of a world spiraling into chaos. The sky darkens as they stand on the precipice, the clash of thunder mimicking the conflict within. Memories flood back, joys and sorrows, all tangled in a tapestry of longing. I remember when we thought the world was ours for the taking, Eric murmurs, his voice a fragile thread weaving through the storm. Now the world is a battlefield, Laura replies, the weight of her reality pressing against her chest. But we will make it through, or we will fall together. As the first giant appears, a figure so massive it blots out the sun, the air is charged with a primal fear. The ground trembles beneath their feet, a reminder that they are nothing but mortals in the shadow of legends. But as Laura grips her sword, feeling the cool metal pulse in her hand, she realizes they are more than mere survivors, they are fighters, each heartbeat a proclamation of their refusal to surrender. The confrontation looms, the moment of truth hanging just out of reach. Each breath is a prayer, each heartbeat a battle cry. They are the embodiment of courage in a world filled with chaos, ready to face the giants that threaten to swallow their humanity whole. And as the storm gathers, they stand together, a trio bound by fate, woven into the fabric of a story that refuses to end. The giants may come, The darkness may fall, but they are not afraid. They are mortals in the age of Ragnarok, and they carry with them the weight of the world. In their hearts, a flicker of hope remains, a testament to resilience. As the clouds break, light spills into the abyss, illuminating the path ahead, and they stand ready to face whatever comes next, together. The battlefield was a cacophony of chaos, a symphony of clanging metal and piercing screams, where the air itself trembled with the weight of desperation. Thunder rolled overhead, a promise of the storm that mirrored the tempest in our hearts. I stood there, fists clenched, blood pounding in my ears, the scent of iron and fear wrapping around me like a shroud. I remember feeling so small, so utterly insignificant against the vastness of what was about to unfold. Hela was there, her laughter echoing like shards of glass in the storm. She stood atop a craggy cliff, cloaked in shadows and malice, her icy gaze fixed on the horizon where the armies of Asgard rallied. I could see the flicker of uncertainty in the eyes of the bravest warriors. The gods were divided, whispers of betrayal danced on the tips of tongues, and the spectre of doubt wove through our ranks as thick as fog. And then there was Thor. My brother, my anchor, his dark hair whipping wildly in the wind, his hammer Mjolnir crackling with electricity, ready to unleash fury upon our enemies. But even he was haunted, an unfamiliar shadow lurking behind his blue eyes. I could see the weight of leadership pressing down on him, the burden of choices that felt impossibly heavy. "We fight for honor," he bellowed, but even his voice trembled as if he were trying to convince himself as much as the rest of us. I remember the silence that fell just before the storm. A hush so profound it felt like the universe held its breath. I could feel it, a palpable tension stretching between allies and foes alike, a moment suspended in time where fear and bravery tangled like lovers. I dared to glance at Freyja, her fierce beauty marred by the anguish of a past she could not escape, memories of battles lost, companions who turned to dust. "Will we succeed?" I dared to whisper, but she only shook her head, the sorrow drawing deep lines across her brow. We were gods, yet here we stood, battling the very essence of our existence. Shadows danced at the periphery of our vision, teasing us with the promise of despair. I could almost hear them, the voices of those who had fallen before us, echoing through the chasms of time, reminding us of our failures. And then the moment shattered. A battle cry pierced the air, fierce and primal, as legions of our enemies surged forward like a tide of darkness swallowing the light. Time slipped away, the world contracting to a single heartbeat, the heartbeat of fate. I charged into the fray, adrenaline coursing through my veins, every strike a desperate plea for survival, every wound a reminder of the price of conflict. I remember the sensation of blades clashing against my skin, the jarring impact reverberating through my bones. For a brief moment, I was alive, every nerve ending alight with the thrill of combat, yet within that exhilaration flickered the gnawing realization of what was at stake. Each moment could be my last, and what would I leave behind? A legacy of glory or the echo of my cowardice? Thor swung Mjolnir with the wrath of thunder, a force of nature itself. But even he faltered, his strength waning under the weight of exhaustion and doubt. I saw him hesitate, just for a second, and I felt the air crackle with unspoken words. "Do you believe?" I yelled, desperation weaving through the chaos like a lifeline. "I want to," he shouted back, his voice raw with anguish. And that was it, wasn't it? The truth we all carried, the burden of belief in a world fraying at the edges. We fought not just for victory, but for the hope that we could mend what had been broken. Just then, a flicker of movement caught my eye, a dark figure slipping through the chaos. Hela's gaze met mine, and in that brief moment, I felt the chill of despair wash over me. "All this for a kingdom that will never accept you," she taunted, her voice dripping with malice. The words slashed through my heart, they were the echoes of every doubt I had ever harbored. I could see Freyja's expression change, the fury igniting within her. She charged toward Hela, passion and fury intertwining, the embodiment of righteous wrath. "You will not take what is ours," she screamed, and it was a battle cry that resonated through the very fabric of existence. The air thickened with magic, with the kind of power that could bend reality itself. As I fought, I remembered memories of laughter shared over feasts, the warmth of camaraderie, the fleeting moments of joy amidst the darkness. They were my armor, my shield against the encroaching shadows. I fought not just for survival, but for every soul that yearned for light in the face of overwhelming despair. And still, the storm raged, and the battle unfolded like a nightmare made flesh. I felt the weight of time pressing down, the ticking clock of destiny echoing in my ears. How fragile this existence was, how fleeting our moments of bravery. I plunged deeper into the fray, the chaos swirling around me, a tempest that pulled at my very essence. I remember the scream of destruction, the crumbling of what once was, the ghosts of our past rising like smoke. In the heart of that chaos, we were not just warriors, we were the wounded, the weary, and the brave, all tangled in a web of fate. I could feel the heartbeat of the cosmos, a rhythm that pulsed with fear and hope, darkness and light, love and loss. Then, amidst the chaos, I saw it, a glimmer of unity, of strength igniting among the gods, a moment that felt electric. We were together, flawed yet unyielding, and in that moment, the tide began to shift. The shadows whispered, but we roared louder, our voices rising in defiance against despair. And as I stood in the eye of the storm, I knew with a fierce certainty, this was only the beginning. The battle for our future had just begun, and we would face whatever came next with hearts ablaze, with the fury of the righteous. The clash of gods echoed through the ages, a saga still unfolding, a struggle that would never truly end. The clock ticked, the shadows lurked, and we stood on the precipice of destiny, ready to fight. The sky was an angry bruise, a swirling mass of dark greys and purples that seemed to throb with the heartbeat of the world. Thunder growled in the distance, a warning, or perhaps a promise. I stood on the edge of Asgard, the golden spires of the city glinting like the teeth of a monstrous beast, ready to devour the unwary. It was a silence that felt thick, palpable, as if the air itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. Not too far from me, Freya stood rigid, her eyes scanning the horizon. Her heart was a drum echoing in her chest, a reckless rhythm that fought against the calm facade she tried to maintain. She was a warrior, yet in that moment, she felt small, like a gust of wind could sweep her away. "They're coming," she whispered, as though the very act of speaking might summon the giants from their shadowy depths. I could see the sheen of sweat on her brow, the way her fingers twitched, yearning for the grip of her sword, a friend she hadn't held in too long. I remember the tales of her bravery, how she had once faced a dragon, its scales as dark as the abyss. But this was different. This was not just a test of strength, it was a siege against hope itself. I watched her swallow hard, a flicker of fear crossing her features. It was a crack in her armor, and it cut deeper than any blade. And then there was Loki, ever the trickster, yet today he wore a mask of grim seriousness. I recognized the weight on his shoulders, the burden of choices made and consequences yet to unfold. "I can't believe it's come to this," he muttered, a bitter smile twisting his lips. Who would have thought the giants would dare march on Asgard? But there was no humor in his eyes, only the haunting specter of regret. The thought of betrayal lingered between us, thick and suffocating, like the stench of smoke from a burning world. The ground trembled beneath us, the tremors of giants marching, their thunderous steps a prelude to the chaos that awaited. I could see the dark silhouettes in the distance, monstrous figures striding forth with a purpose. Their shadows loomed long and terrifying across the fields, a tidal wave of dread that threatened to engulf everything in its path. I remember the stories we told around fires, of courage and glory, but none of those tales prepared us for the horror of this moment. Freya clenched her jaw, forcing herself to breathe. "What do we do?" Her voice broke, a fragile thing caught in the winds of uncertainty. The question hung heavy, a stone tied to our hearts. It was a question that begged for an answer that none of us had. Fear wrapped its tendrils around us, squeezing, constricting, a serpent tightening its grip. I remember, I began, but the words caught in my throat, stifled by the weight of reality. Memories of laughter and feasts in grand halls felt like ghosts now, distant echoes that only amplified the looming dread. We were not warriors today, we were lost souls standing at the precipice of despair. The sky cracked with light as the first boulders flew, colossal projectiles hurled with the strength of mountains. They landed with bone-rattling thuds, sending shockwaves through the earth. The air was thick with the scent of earth and impending death. I felt the sharp edge of panic clawing at my insides. I could taste the fear, metallic and bitter, mingling with the scent of smoke. Fight! Freya shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. She drew her sword, a flash of silver against the dark, and suddenly, she was no longer just a woman afraid. She was a beacon, a spark in the dark. I followed her lead, lifting my weapon, though my hands trembled. But Loki, oh, he shrank back, the very embodiment of indecision. What if we're too late, he whispered, the shadows of his past refusing to let him step forward. I could see the ghosts of choices not taken, paths not walked. He was paralyzed by fear, not of the giants, but of himself. What if I can't do it again? I wanted to scream, to shake him from his stupor. This isn't about you. I dare to say, my voice rising above the din, it's about them. We fight, or we lose everything. But my words felt hollow, echoing against the reality of our situation. As the first giant breached the gates, a creature of nightmares, towering and twisted, I felt the world shatter. It was all chaos, screams pierced the air, mingling with the agony of the dying and the defiance of the living. I plunged into the fray, my heart racing, every swing of my sword a desperate attempt to grasp at the threads of fate. Freya was beside me, a whirlwind of fury and grace, each strike a dance with death. I could see the fire in her eyes, the determination that ignited her spirit, pushing back against the tide of despair. In that chaos, we were more than ourselves, we were a force bound by the very essence of survival. But Loki remained frozen, caught in the web of his own mind. I wanted to reach for him, to pull him into the fight, but the world was collapsing. I could feel the weight of the giants pressing down, their shadows swallowing the light. Loki! I shouted, desperation spilling from my lips, we need you. And in that moment, amidst the chaos, I saw a flicker, a spark igniting in his eyes. Maybe it was the realization that he could no longer hide, that the world was on fire and he could either stand by or be consumed. The choice was his. I remember the ground trembling beneath us, the tension so thick I could hardly breathe. In the heart of chaos, there was a strange beauty, a moment where despair met resolve. The giants roared, their voices a cacophony of destruction, but we were there, too, fighting for something sacred, hope, unity, the very essence of who we were. And then, like a dam breaking, Loki surged forward, joining our ranks, a storm of uncertainty transformed into a whirlwind of determination. Together, we faced the darkness, a trifecta of flawed souls wielding courage like a shield. As the giants breached our last defenses, as the very air screamed with desperation, we stood united, trembling but unyielding. The battle had begun, but within that chaos, I realized, this was not the end. No, this was merely the beginning of something far greater, a reckoning that would shape the very fabric of our existence. And as the night closed in, the stars above flickered, like distant sentinels watching the rise of heroes from the ashes. The sky split open with a crack like the shattering of a dream, the air thick with the scent of ash and the metallic tang of impending doom. I stood amidst the chaos, breath suspended in my throat, as the world around me trembled on the brink of oblivion. Shadows danced like phantoms, writhing in the flickering flame of dying stars. This was not just a battle, it was the end of everything I knew, everything I believed. Odin, once the All-Father, stood at the center of it all, his one eye blazing with both fury and regret. I could see it in his posture, the way his shoulders slumped, weighed down not just by armor but by the ghosts of his past. He'd made choices, each one a nail in the coffin of his own divinity. He moved like a thunderstorm, raw and chaotic, calling down lightning to strike at our enemies, but his heart was heavy with the knowledge that each bolt was also a farewell to the pantheon he had built, a family he had sacrificed for the sake of power. This is for you, he roared into the fray, though I could hear the soft tremor beneath his voice. Was it for us, or for him? Thor, his son, forged from lightning and might, fought by his side like a tempest unleashed. His hammer, Mjolnir, sang as it cleaved through flesh and bone, but his face told a different story. There was no joy in his strikes, no exhilaration in the dance of battle. It was burden, pure and unrelenting. Each swing seemed to chip away at him, piece by piece, dragging him into a chasm he couldn't escape. "Father," he shouted, but it came out hollow, a desperate plea that echoed in the chaos. I felt it, a heartache that twisted like an iron vice, squeezing the breath from my chest as memories flickered like dying embers in the dark. I remembered the warmth of their laughter, the golden halls filled with tales of heroism, of gods who could never fall. The stories had been my solace, my refuge. But now, standing in this wasteland, those tales felt like cruel jokes. The way Odin's eyes had sparkled once, filled with mischief as he recounted the time he lost a drinking contest to a giant. I can handle my mead, but riddles, now that's another story, he'd laughed, the room alive with the warmth of his presence. But laughter had turned to silence, and as the battle raged, the ghosts of forgotten memories clung to me, wrapping around my heart like vines, squeezing tighter with each thrust of the sword, each cry of anguish. What have we become? I whispered, feeling time slip through my fingers like grains of sand. And then came the moment, the one that would seal their fates. As if the universe held its breath, a figure emerged from the shadows, a spectre draped in darkness, wielding power born of despair. This was no mere foe, this was the end. I felt the air thicken, a creeping dread that crawled down my spine like icy fingers. The figure raised a hand, and the ground trembled beneath us, reverberating with the weight of inevitability. Odin faced this new threat, a flicker of defiance igniting in his gaze. "We stand as one," he bellowed, but I could see the cracks in his resolve, the way his spirit faltered. Was this truly a fight for survival, or had it morphed into a desperate grasp at a legacy already crumbling? Thor charged forward, a blur of muscle and fury, but time slowed, each second stretching into eternity. I could see his face, fierce yet terrified, a mirror of divine conflict. "I will not lose you," he screamed, and the words echoed in the void, reverberating like a heartbeat against the silence. But who was he really fighting for? This was not just a struggle against external forces but a battle against the shadows within. The weight of expectations, the agony of failure, the crushing loneliness of being a god amidst mortals. Each swing of his hammer seemed to resonate with the ghosts of their past, haunting him, reminding him of every moment he'd fallen short. And then it happened, a blur of motion, the crack of bone, the sound of hope splintering like fragile glass. Odin fell, not with a majestic thud, but with the slow, heart-breaking crumple of a man who had carried the weight of worlds. He looked up at me, and in that moment, I saw everything, the love, the guilt, the absolute devastation of his choices. "Forgive me," he whispered, and the wind carried his voice away, leaving only silence in its wake. Thor's scream pierced the heavens, an unholy sound that rattled the very fabric of reality. I felt his anguish as if it were my own, a raw, open wound that bled into the air. I was drowning in his sorrow, paralyzed by the reality that the gods were falling, crumbling into dust before my eyes. I could do nothing but watch as he cradled his father's lifeless body, the weight of all that had been, all that would never be, crashing down upon him. Time twisted and warped around us, the world dissolving into fragments, the laughter of a bygone era, the bittersweet taste of victory turned sour. The gods were dying, their colors fading, and with them, a piece of my own heart fell into the abyss. And yet, even as the darkness threatened to consume us, a flicker of something else stirred beneath the chaos, a whisper of resilience, the promise that even in death, even in despair, the stories would continue to exist. I felt it deep within me, a spark igniting like a candle in a storm. But as Thor knelt there, surrounded by shadows, I knew this was not the end. No, this was merely a pause, a heavy silence before the next storm, where the echoes of their legacies would ripple through time, haunting us, reminding us of the price of both divinity and humanity. The cycle would turn, and darkness would rise again, but the heart remembers. It always remembers. The howl of the wind cut through the night like a knife, slicing through the darkness, sharp and unyielding. Beneath the icy grip of a waning moon, shadows danced across the desolate landscape, twisting and curling, an echo of the chaos that thrummed in my veins. I stood there, heart racing, every nerve alive with the electric pulse of fear. The air was thick with the scent of smoke, the remnants of what once was our home, a sanctuary, now reduced to embers and ash, whispering stories of warmth that would never be told again. I remember the laughter, I muttered, a futile attempt to clutch at the memories slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. I remember, too clear. The ache in my chest twisted tighter, a familiar torment. Faces flashed in my mind, bright and vibrant, their joy tainted now by grim reminders of loss. I could still hear their voices, rising like a ghostly chorus, urging me to remember. But the flames had consumed them, one by one, until only silence remained. Beside me, Ilara stood, her gaze fixed on the horizon where the embers flickered like dying stars. She was a storm wrapped in fragile skin, a tempest that threatened to consume her from within. I could see it in her eyes, the desperation, the helplessness. "They'll come for us," she whispered, her voice low, trembling like a leaf caught in winter's breath. The words hung between us, a weight heavy enough to crush bone. "They have to," I shot back, a flicker of defiance igniting in my core. But the truth burned like acid on my tongue. We were not the hunters, we were the hunted. The sounds of battle echoed behind us, a distant cacophony of clashing steel and desperate cries. Each noise reverberated through my chest, a grim reminder of the firestorm that was bearing down upon us. "We need to go." No, her voice was steel, hard and unyielding. "Not until we find him." My heart sank. Jareth, her brother, my friend, lost within the chaos, a puzzle piece that no longer fit. "Ilara, he's gone." "We can't," I trailed off, the words strangled in my throat. The loss was unbearable, an unspeakable horror that clawed at her, and I was powerless to ease her pain. For a moment, silence enveloped us, thick and suffocating. I watched her face, illuminated by the flickering glow of the dying fire, the shadows etching lines of sorrow deep into her skin. The bravery she wore like armor began to crack, and I felt a rush of memories flood back, her laughter, her bold spirit dancing through the halls of our home, before it all turned to ash. "I can't leave him," she said, her voice trembling, the weight of her conviction palpable. "Not again." Her eyes searched mine, pleading, desperate. "What if he needs me?" I closed my eyes, the world around me fading to nothing as I succumbed to the haunting images of that last night, fire racing, screams echoing, the earth shaking beneath our feet. I could still hear Jareth's laughter, the way he'd tease us, always pushing the boundaries of our comfort. "Stay safe, little sister," he had said, his voice filled with warmth. "I'll always be there." The memory twisted like a knife in my gut. "Sometimes, Jareth, he has to be the one to find you," I whispered, but the words felt empty, like echoes in a cavernous void. "Stop! Don't say that." Ilara's voice boomed, startling me. "Stop pretending. You can't dismiss him like that." The fire in her eyes was fierce, a flame kindled by grief and anger. "You don't understand what it's like to lose someone, lose someone." I spat back, the words boiling over, scalding. "You think I don't know? I've watched everything crumble. I've watched everything I love burn to the ground." The heat of my words hung in the air, a palpable tension, razor-thin and sharp. As if in response, the ground trembled beneath us, a tremor that sent a pulse of fear surging through my bones. The world was waking up, a malignant force rising from the depths, and everything felt intertwined with the chaos unfurling around us. Ilara's expression softened, the fire in her eyes dimming slightly as she took a step closer. "I'm scared," she admitted, vulnerability cracking through her hardened exterior. "What if we can't find him?" "We will," I promised, but deep down, I felt the weight of doubt, a creeping shadow that threatened to engulf my resolve. "We have to believe." Somewhere in the distance, an explosion rocked the sky, a blinding flash illuminating the dark. I squinted against the light, the shockwave reverberating through my chest. "They're here!" I shouted, urgency propelling me forward. Ilara grabbed my arm, her grip fierce, grounding. "We have to go, now." I took a deep breath, the taste of smoke mingling with the metallic tang of fear in the air. As we turned to flee, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, as if the very shadows were creeping closer, hungry and relentless. The night closed around us, a shroud of darkness that blurred the lines of reality. Every step we took was a reminder of the fragility of life, the relentless march of time pressing down like a weight on our shoulders. I felt the chill settle into my bones, an icy grip that promised doom, but we forged on, hearts pounding like war drums in the night. With every heartbeat, I could feel the world around us shifting, a delicate balance teetering on the edge of chaos. The fire and ice of our existence clashed, a storm brewing, and all that remained was the flickering hope that against the odds, we would find what we had lost. The battlefield was a cacophony of chaos, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood and the thunderous clash of iron. In the heart of it all, Ylva stood frozen, fear and fury twisting in her chest like a coiled serpent. A distant scream, raw and desperate, pierced through the din, shattering her moment of paralysis. It was a sound that would haunt her forever, a soul torn from its vessel, gasping for solace, for salvation. She could sense it, the pull of destiny, the weight of her purpose. The Valkyries had come, and souls were waiting to be claimed. "Come on," she shouted her sister, Freydis, her voice a battle cry that cut through the haze like a blade. Freydis was a tempest, fierce and untamed, her spirit crackling with the energy of lightning. Ylva felt the spark, the urgency in that voice, but something anchored her to the ground. The sight of a soldier sprawling in the mud, his eyes wide with the unfathomable abyss of death, rooted her. She remembered warmth, the way it felt to cradle life within her hands. To guide a soul to Valhalla was a gift, but the cost was heavy. She took a step back, teetering on the edge of her own doubts. The sky hung low, bruised with impending night, casting warped shadows over the battlefield. Each breath felt like a plea, a desperate bid for strength. The darkness was not just a backdrop, it was a living entity, whispering secrets in a language only the damned could understand. Ylva could feel the weight of those whispers, the lost souls, the unworthy, the ones who had failed. They begged for release, but how could she choose? How could she decide who was to ascend and who was to fall into the nothingness? "Ylva!" Freydis's voice jolted her back. "We have to move." Her sister's armor glimmered in the fading light, an ominous beacon in the torrent of suffering. Freydis was a warrior born, she relished the thrill of battle, the ecstasy of wielding power. Ylva admired her, but envy twisted like a blade in her gut. Why couldn't she feel that fire? Why did dread grip her heart instead of honor? The air crackled, the scent of rain mingling with the smell of sweat and despair. Time stretched and warped, seconds crawling into eternity as Ylva hesitated. In that moment, she saw him, a soldier, clad in tarnished steel, crumpled and lifeless, his once proud figure reduced to a mere shadow of himself. His eyes, once fierce with ambition, were now glassy and void. Did he know he was lost? Did he understand that he was meant to rise, if only she could make the choice? "I remember," she whispered, the words slipping like fragile feathers from her lips. "I remember the stories. Tales of bravery, of glory, but the tales were lies, weren't they? They spoke of honor, yet all she saw was brutality, chaos, souls wrenched from their bodies in the blink of an eye. I remember," she choked, the memories clawing at her throat. "I remember the warmth of life. Was it wrong to feel compassion in the face of death?" "Ylva!" Freydis was there, the urgency palpable, her eyes glinting with a blend of fear and frustration. "We choose." The command hung heavy in the air, a burden that threatened to crush them both. But how could one choose when every option felt like a betrayal? How could she embrace this role when the weight of it crushed her? With every heartbeat, the cries intensified, a symphony of longing that echoed through the chaos. The soldiers, both friend and foe, were trapped in a dance of fate, suspended between worlds. She could feel them, their souls brushing against her like the softest of caresses, pleading for guidance, for a way to the light. "I can't," she gasped. "What if I choose wrong?" Freydis, fierce and fiery, stepped closer, her voice a low growl. "You have to trust yourself. We are the bridge, Ylva. We guide them to Valhalla, to honor, to peace. You can't let fear bind you." But fear was a master, a cruel puppeteer, and it danced within her veins. Every memory of laughter, every moment of tenderness, of love, came rushing forth. What right did she have to deny anyone a second chance, to decide their fate? As shadows flickered and twisted around her, she felt their anguish, a ghostly echo of all the lives she could not save. "Do you hear them?" she cried, her voice raw with emotion. "Their sorrow? Their pain? How can we choose when they all deserve to rise?" Freydis's expression softened for a heartbeat, revealing a glimpse of vulnerability beneath her warrior's mask. "We are not gods, Ylva. We are Valkyries. We guide, we carry them. This is our burden, and we must bear it. The intensity in Freydis's eyes burned like a flame, igniting something deep within Ylva, a flicker of resolve amidst the storm of self-doubt. The ground trembled as the final battle raged on, the cries of the dying crescendoing into a mournful symphony. Ylva felt the weight of the world on her shoulders, a mantle that was both a privilege and a curse. She inhaled deeply, steeling herself, and in that breath, she found clarity. "All right," she whispered, not just to her sister but to the souls around them. "I will choose." A flash of light illuminated the battlefield, casting the carnage in stark relief. Time slowed, and she was suddenly aware of every heartbeat, every tremor of fear, every flicker of hope. The souls of the warriors surrounded her, a swirling mass of energy, vibrant yet fragile. She could feel their stories, their dreams, all entwined in a tapestry woven from the threads of life and death. "Come," she beckoned, her voice rising above the chaos, steady and unyielding. "I will guide you." The words poured from her like a river, sweeping away doubts, fears, and regrets. She reached out her arms, embracing the ethereal forms, feeling the warmth of acceptance wash over her. They were not just warriors, they were dreams that had yet to be fulfilled, moments that deserved to be honored. And as she began to lead them, the shadows receded, their whispers fading into silence, replaced by a chorus of light. Freydis stood beside her, a fierce guardian, and together, they wove through the battlefield, guiding the fallen to their rightful place. The air shimmered with their passage, a promise of peace woven into the fabric of the cosmos. But in the back of Ylva's mind, a question lingered: what if she was wrong? What if the path she chose was riddled with unseen horrors? The echoes of the battlefield were relentless, but she pressed on, the rhythm of her heart beating in tandem with the rising souls, an ancient melody, an oath to honor their journey, even as the echoes faded into the distance. And the night stretched on, as the Valkyries weaved through the darkness, illuminating the way to Valhalla, where the souls danced in celebration, a haunting reminder that every end was just a beginning, every choice a step into the unknown. In that twilight, momentary peace blossomed amidst the chaos, a fleeting glimpse of hope, and the cycle continued, endlessly, through the shadows of time. The ground trembled beneath their feet, a subtle warning that rippled through the air like a whisper of impending doom. In that moment, under the sickly pallor of a bruised sky, Elara stood frozen, heart racing, the echoes of her breath swallowed by the chaos around her. The world had crumbled. What was once vibrant and alive lay in ruins, smoldering, a landscape of ash and despair. She could almost hear the ghosts of dreams long extinguished, their wails haunting the wind. "I remember," she murmured, her voice barely a tremor amidst the cacophony of destruction. "I remember laughter. I remember hope." Those memories felt like shards of glass lodged in her throat, painful yet familiar. Beside her, Marcus, face streaked with soot, fists clenched at his sides, scanned the horizon. His eyes, once warm with laughter, now burned with a fierce desperation. "Elara, we can't just stand here. We have to move." The urgency in his voice cracked through her reverie, dragging her back into the present where survival reigned supreme. But how could they move? The city, their home, lay in grotesque disarray. Buildings, once proud and standing tall, were twisted remnants, skeletal fingers reaching for a sky that had turned its back on them. In every corner, shadows danced, flickering like candle flames, living memories of what had been. "I remember," Elara whispered again, the weight of the past suffocating. Memories of sunny afternoons spent in crowded markets, the smell of spices thick in the air, voices mingling in cheerful chaos. Those days felt like lifetimes ago, eclipsed by the darkness that now seeped into their very bones. Then came the roar, a feral sound that sent a shiver down her spine. Marcus turned sharply, eyes wide, and in that instant, her fears crystallized into a singular thought: they were not alone. Emerging from the haze were figures, silhouettes that seemed to coalesce from the very shadows themselves. They moved with an eerie grace, their faces obscured, twisted by pain and anger. "They're coming!" Marcus shouted, breaking the silence that had settled heavy over them. The new entities, born from the ashes of destruction, were rising, vengeful, powerful, a storm of raw emotion incarnate. Elara's heart thundered. What do they want? She gasped, the question spilling from her lips like blood from a wound. They want to reclaim what's theirs, Marcus replied, voice edged with fear, but also a hint of something else, something deeply rooted in a shared past. Memories of rebellion, of standing against the tides of authority, ignited within him, sparking a fire that Ilara struggled to understand. Yet within her, another force stirred. A surge of defiance, a whisper of resolve. We can't let them take everything, she said, each word a step toward courage. We have to fight. But what could they fight against? The entities loomed larger, shadows morphing into shapes she could scarcely comprehend. Were they friends? Foes? The lines blurred and twisted in the dim light, a chaotic tapestry woven by despair. She remembered the stories, the old legends of those who rose after the end, who became something new, who were more than mere mortals. Do you think they've transformed? She asked, her voice trembling with the weight of the thought. What if they weren't here to destroy? What if they had come to reclaim, to rebuild? The reality of their situation pressed down on them, a crushing weight. It doesn't matter. Marcus snapped, snapping her from her spiraling thoughts. They will destroy us before we can understand. His brow furrowed, and for a moment, Ilara saw the boy she had grown up with, the reckless dreamer who had always chased shadows. But now, shadows had teeth. They moved as one, the entities, a mass of fury and grief, and for a moment, Ilara felt a strange kinship with them. She saw their pain reflected in her own heart, a broken world, dreams shattered, lives lost. She reached out, an instinctive gesture, fear battling with an overwhelming urge to connect. Wait, she cried, but the words were lost in the tumult. Then the first clash erupted, metal on metal, a cacophony that resonated like thunder. Marcus had picked up a makeshift weapon, eyes ablaze with determination. We fight, he shouted, the battle cry igniting something deep within her. And she followed, heart pounding, feet moving before her mind could catch up. They surged forward, a wave of defiance against the tide of despair. Each step echoed the heartbeat of a world rebirthing itself from ruin. As they collided with the entities, the air crackled with energy, the clash resonating like a storm breaking through the silence. Ilara felt the overwhelming pulse of life and death swirling around her, a dizzying dance of creation and annihilation. She fought not just for survival, but for the very essence of hope that flickered like a candle in the vast night. I remember, she cried, not just to the figures before her, but to the universe, the aching familiarity of struggle, the agony of loss, the beauty of resilience. I remember what we were, and I remember what we can be again. And so the battle raged, an embodiment of their shared histories, their entwined fates, a desperate grasp at the flickering ember of life amid the ash. Each clash, each cry, each heartbeat pounded like a war drum reverberating through the cosmos. In that moment, they were not just fighting against destruction, they were rising, reborn from the ashes, breathing life into the darkness, a testament to the indomitable spirit of humanity. And somewhere, in the swell of chaos and fury, the dawning of a new day began to stir. An echo, a promise, a chance to rise anew. Ashes fell like snowflakes, drifting lazily through the thick, acrid air, settling on what was once a vibrant city. I stood there, heart pounding, in the silence that followed the chaos. The world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for what? For the screams to subside, for hope to emerge from the ruins, or for the earth itself to shake off its filth and start anew. I could feel the weight of despair pressing down, a leaden fog that threatened to swallow us whole. Is it over? The voice broke the stillness, trembling, fragile as a whisper. My sister, Angela, stood beside me, her eyes wide, glistening with unshed tears. She was always the brave one, the one who believed in the sun breaking through the clouds. But now, that belief wavered, flickering like the dying embers of a fire. I shook my head, swallowing the lump in my throat. No. It's just beginning. I wish the words didn't taste so bitter. Around us, the remnants of humanity were crushed beneath the weight of their own hubris. Buildings crumbled like dry leaves, memories lost in the ash. Each corner of the world was stained by greed, by ignorance, and I wondered if we would ever learn. Then there was Marcus, just a few steps away, his posture tense, fists clenched. He was the embodiment of our failure, the ticking clock of our doom, haunted by the shadows of choices never made. "We can't stay here," he said, his voice low, like thunder rumbling in the distance. "We'll die if we do." I could feel the heat emanating from his body, fueled by a desperate energy. "Where do we go?" Angela asked, her voice a fragile thread weaving through the chaos. "There's nothing left." His eyes darkened. "There's always something left. We just have to find it." And in that moment, he seemed both a beacon and a betrayer. He held the fire of survival, yet the weight of his determination was heavy, almost suffocating. I remembered the days before the world fell apart. Laughter had danced on the breeze then, sunlight spilling over sidewalks, warmth wrapping around us like a favorite blanket. Now, under the grey sky, the laughter felt like a ghost, mocking us, reminding us of what we'd taken for granted. "Can you smell it?" Marcus said suddenly, snapping me back to the present. The earth is still alive. It was true. Underneath the acrid stench of burnt dreams, I could sense it, a pulse, a heartbeat. It was feeble, drowning in sorrow, but it was there, waiting for us to acknowledge it. I took a deep breath, the taste of smoke and ash filling my lungs. A shiver ran down my spine, I could almost feel the earth's anguish, its plea for redemption. Angela shifted closer to me, her hand finding mine, fingers intertwining like roots seeking nourishment in barren soil. "What if we don't find it?" The fear in her voice cut through me, raw and jagged. Her vulnerability was a mirror, reflecting my own trepidation back to me. "Then we fight," I replied, though I wasn't entirely sure what that meant anymore. The lines between hope and despair had blurred, and all that remained was an uncertain path shrouded in shadows. And then I saw them, the flickers of movement in the distance. Figures, silhouetted against the dying light, shadows of what could be. Were they friends, or were they the demons we feared? My heart raced, each beat echoing the questions that plagued us. I felt like a moth drawn to a flame, captivated and terrified, yearning for light in a world drenched in darkness. As we approached, the shapes became clearer, ragged souls, survivors with haunted eyes, faces etched with loss, yet a flicker of hope shone through. They were weary, but they were alive. A flicker of determination sparked within me. "We're not alone," I breathed, the realization warming me, igniting a flame where only despair had lingered. Marcus stepped forward, his voice steady. "We need to come together. If we've learned anything, it's that we are stronger united." A murmur of agreement rippled through the group, a wave of shared understanding. But even as the words hung in the air, doubts lingered in the corners of my mind. What if unity wasn't enough? What if the scars ran too deep? The shadows whispered doubts, echoing my fears. Would we ultimately become the very darkness we sought to fight? The group began to move, a slow, hesitant procession through the ashes. I followed, Angela's hand squeezing mine as if she could draw strength from my resolve. "Do you remember the stories?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the crunch of debris beneath our feet. "The ones about rebirth, about the phoenix rising from the ashes." I nodded, the memories washing over me, each tale a lifeline thrown into the turbulent waters of despair. Those stories had felt like fantasies then, something to keep our hearts warm in the chill of ignorance. But now, they pulsed with a new significance, igniting a flicker of hope. "Maybe we can be that," I said, lifting my chin, the weight of 1,000 broken dreams slowly lifting. "Maybe we can rise." But even as I spoke, the shadows loomed larger, hungry for our fear. The city, a creature clawing at the edges of our resolve, seemed to breathe in sync with us, a monstrous reminder of our past failures. I could feel it, the tension thick in the air, each heartbeat a countdown to something inevitable. What waited for us beyond the ashes? Would we find a new world, or would we choke on the remnants of our old one? I didn't know. But as we stepped into the unknown, the flickering lights of the survivors around us became stars piercing through the darkness, guiding our way forward. And so we moved, an army of broken hearts seeking new growth amidst the ashen remnants of what once was a journey fraught with uncertainty, yet filled with the promise of rebirth. As the earth trembled beneath us, I felt a new rhythm pulse through my veins, a syncopation of fear and hope, a melody that whispered, "This is just the beginning." The air was thick with an electric tension, each breath tasting of fear and desperation. I could feel it pulse around me, a living thing, wrapping its fingers around my throat like a vice. Somewhere in the distance, the echo of a scream shattered the eerie silence, an urgent reminder that we were not alone in this forsaken landscape. It was the kind of sound that claws at your insides, a raw, primal wail that rippled through the heart of Idavol, a world both old and new, teetering on the edge of rebirth and ruin. I remember the first time I laid eyes on the crumbling spires of the ancient city. They were like the skeletal remains of something once beautiful, now draped in shadows and regret. The cobblestones beneath my feet felt cold and unwelcoming. I was a ghost in my own life, watching as the world collapsed around me. My hand brushed against the weathered stone of a wall, the rough surface a stark reminder of time's relentless march. I could almost feel the echoes of 1,000 dreams that had lived and died here. Lyra stumbled beside me, her breath hitching in her throat, eyes wide with terror. She was always too curious for her own good, chasing after whispers and shadows, but now she was trapped in a nightmare of her own making. "What if we don't make it?" she whispered, and her words hung in the air like a haunting melody. I wanted to tell her it would be all right, but the truth gnawed at me like a ravenous beast. I remembered the stories, they never ended well. In the flickering twilight, shadows danced around us, each one a reminder of the darkness that loomed just beyond our sight. I glanced at Eirik, his jaw clenched tight, fists balled at his sides. He carried the weight of the world on his shoulders, a burden that threatened to crush him. I could see it in the way he avoided looking at us, lost in a battle with his own demons, while the ghosts of his past whispered cruelly in his ear. "Stay close," he snapped, the urgency in his voice sharp as a dagger. I wanted to scream at him, to tell him to lighten up, to let us breathe. But fear had a way of silencing rebellion. I shuffled closer to Lyra, our shoulders brushing together, a fragile tether holding us in the chaos. "We have to keep moving," I said, even as my own heart screamed to stand still, to freeze in the moment, to cling to the last remnants of hope. The clock tower loomed ahead, its hands frozen in a moment of despair, a symbol of lives lost and time stolen. I could almost hear the ticking, echoing in my mind like a metronome counting down to some inevitable end. Lyra's fingers brushed mine, grounding me in the reality of this moment. I remembered the stories of the clock, how it had once marked the rhythm of life in Idavol. Now it was a mere shadow of its former self, a monument to everything that had been lost. "Do you think they'll come?" Lyra asked, her voice trembling. I wanted to tell her that hope was foolish, but instead, I clung to the threadbare fabric of optimism. "They might," I said, though deep down, I knew we were nothing more than whispers in the wind, fleeting and easily forgotten. But then there was a rustle, a sound that slithered through the air like a serpent, tightening the coil of dread that wrapped around my heart. Eirik turned sharply, eyes wide, a predator on the hunt. The tension thickened, each heartbeat echoing in the silence, until it felt like even the shadows were holding their breath. I could see it in his stance, his body was poised, ready to strike, but what was he protecting us from? The darkness shifted, revealing figures cloaked in despair, their eyes sunken and hollow, reflecting the lost dreams of Idavol. They moved with a purpose, their intentions as murky as the shadows that engulfed them. I felt my stomach drop, a pit of despair swallowing me whole. "Eirik, we need to go," I whispered, panic threading through my words. But he stood his ground, a fierce protector even in the face of the unknown. "No," he said, voice low and steady, "we fight." I could see the resolve in his eyes, a fire that refused to be extinguished. It ignited something inside me, a flicker of bravery that felt both foreign and exhilarating. I had to choose, surrender to the fear or rise with him. Lyra grabbed my hand, squeezing it tight, her eyes pleading. "We can't fight them. We need to find safety." I felt the weight of our choices pressing down on us like an anvil. I remembered my dreams where I was brave, where I stood tall against the tide of darkness. But here, in this moment, I felt so small, like a single candle flickering in a storm. And then it hit me, at the realization that we were all trapped in our own cycles, haunted by regrets and lost chances, but it didn't have to end here. I could feel it, the weight of our combined fear morphing into something tangible. I remembered the tales my grandmother told me, stories of heroes who faced insurmountable odds and emerged reborn, stronger than before. We can't let fear win, I said, drawing strength from the very essence of Idle's history. With a deep breath, I stepped forward, igniting the flicker of courage within. My heart raced, pounding in my chest like a war drum, echoing through the desolate streets. Eric turned to me, eyes wide with surprise. "Are you sure?" he asked, doubt lacing his voice. I nodded, feeling the weight of destiny pressing down on me. Lyra looked between us, her expression shifting as she caught fire with our resolve. "Together," she said, and it was as if the air crackled with our collective intention. The shadows shifted, closing in, but this time we stood shoulder to shoulder, three souls bound by fear and courage. As we faced the encroaching darkness, I felt something shift within me, a surge of emotion, raw and unfiltered. This was not just about survival, it was about defiance, about reclaiming our lives in a world that sought to swallow us whole. The echoes of the past mingled with the promise of the future, swirling around us like an ethereal dance. The time for fear was over. I took a step forward, heart pounding like thunder, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The world shifted around us, and in that moment, we were reborn, fierce and unyielding. The shadows might come, but we would not go quietly. We would rise, together, into the new world of Idle, where life awaited us, wild and unchained. A gust of wind howled through the hollow streets, its cold breath snaking through the alleyways, carrying with it the sharp scent of decay, a reminder that the dead lingered close, their whispers haunting the living. I pressed my back against the crumbling stone, heart pounding like a war drum, as flickering shadows danced in the dim light of iron lanterns. Somewhere, a clock struck midnight, each chime echoing through the darkness, a reminder that time was slipping through our fingers like sand. I remember the fear etched into Lyra's face, her eyes wide and glistening, mirroring the moonlight but clouded by dread. "They're coming," she whispered, breathless, clutching my arm, her fingers digging into my skin like talons. I felt the weight of her panic seeping into me, anchoring me in a storm of emotions, a swirl of uncertainty. The myths, the gods, they were not just stories passed from one generation to the next, but a living legacy, breathing and hungry. We were on the brink of something ancient, something dark. A flicker of movement in the shadows caught my gaze. A silhouette, tall and looming, stepped into the light, revealing the sharp features of Edrin. He stood there, the embodiment of defiance wrapped in a cloak of woven memories. "We can't run from this," he said, his voice like gravel, its edges worn down by regret. "The gods have chosen their champions, and we are to bear the weight of their legacy." But that weight, oh, it threatened to crush me. My heart raced as Lyra's grip tightened, a lifeline that connected us in this spiraling tempest. I remember the stories my grandmother told, the tales of warriors and monsters, gods and men, of love that triumphed and hearts that shattered. But those were just stories, right? I was an ordinary soul, unprepared for the cosmic dance of fate that loomed over us. A tremor ran through the ground as Edrin stepped closer to us, his shadow sprawling like a dark cloud. "You think you can deny what's written in the stars?" His words hung heavy in the air, reverberating through the silence that followed. "The myths will not be silenced, they will rise and consume us if we do not confront them." I felt Lyra's breath hitch, fear and determination warring in her chest. "What do we do?" she asked, her voice trembling like the last leaf clinging to a branch as autumn winds howl. There was a flicker in her eyes, a spark of courage battling against the despair that threatened to suffocate us. Edrin took a step back, the weight of history etched into every line on his face, a map of battles fought and lost. "We find the heart of the legacy," he said, his voice a low rumble, resonating with the power of ancient truths. "We confront the gods, face the myths that have shaped our lives, or we become mere echoes of what they once were." I remember clenching my fists, the fight within me igniting. The gods, those distant figures who watched from their celestial thrones, had woven their narratives into the very fabric of our existence. But what if we were more than their puppets? What if we could forge our own destiny? A wave of thunder rolled across the skies, a reminder that the heavens were restless, and shadows began to lengthen, creeping closer, eager to consume us. I glanced at Lyra. Her face was pale, a canvas of fear. "What's at stake?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper, hoping the answer wouldn't shatter me. She met my gaze, eyes aflame with the intensity of 1,000 stars. "Everything," she breathed. "Our past, our future, the stories we carry, the myths that bind us. If we fail, if we don't confront this darkness, we risk losing who we are." The tension coiled tighter, the air thick with unspoken fears and heavy expectations. I could hear the heartbeat of the universe, pulsing, relentless. It thumped within me, a reminder that I was alive, but also a reminder that life was fragile, balance precarious. Edrin's fingers brushed the hilt of his sword, the metal glinting with a promise of violence. "We must go now," he urged. "The gods do not wait for the weak." His words sliced through the air, a challenge, a call to arms. But we weren't warriors. We were children of myths, burdened by the weight of expectations, caught in a story not of our choosing. My heart ached with the realization that we were stepping into a storm, a tempest that could rip us apart. Memories of laughter and love, dreams yet unfulfilled, danced like ghosts around us. "Do you remember?" I asked Lyra, my voice cracking under the weight of nostalgia. "Do you remember the stories? The myths?" "The stories," she whispered, clutching her chest as if to hold her heart in place. "They were our refuge. They shielded us from the truth." A crack of thunder split the night sky, and I felt the ground tremble beneath us, an omen of the chaos to come. Shadows loomed larger now, creeping closer, hungry for the warmth of our life. Edrin stepped forward, leading us into the darkness, where the legacy of the gods awaited, a tapestry of fate woven with threads of fear and hope. "Let's make our own story," he said, determination etched in every line of his face. And as we plunged into the abyss, I couldn't help but feel the echoes of the past reverberating around us, the myths pressing upon our shoulders. Each step echoed with the weight of those who had walked before us, their tales mingling with our breath, urging us forward. In that moment, I knew we were not just fighting for survival, we were igniting a spark of rebellion against the gods who had shaped our lives. We were weaving our own legacy, one heartbeat at a time, in the shadow of what had come before. And somewhere in the distance, the clock continued to tick, each chime a reminder that time was racing forward, the gods were watching, and our story had just begun. The shadows stretched long across the cracked pavement, twisting like skeletal fingers reaching out for the remnants of a world gone mad. I stood amidst it all, heart racing, breath catching in my throat. The air was thick with smoke and despair, a choking reminder of the flames that had consumed everything we once held dear. The city lay before me, a graveyard of steel and concrete, where echoes of laughter had turned into whispers of fear. My fingers trembled as I gripped the cold metal of my makeshift weapon, a rusted pipe, a relic of a life before the world split open like a rotten fruit. I remember the first time I saw the sky turn red, a harbinger of the chaos to come. I remember the screams, the desperate calls for help that fell on deaf ears. The night was no longer just a canvas of stars, it was a void, an unfeeling abyss that swallowed hope whole. As I navigated the ruins, each step felt like a heartbeat, a thunderous reminder that I was alive, even when everything else was not. Beside me, Mara crouched low, her dark eyes scanning the horizon. She was a whisper of defiance in a world that demanded submission. Her past, a tangle of loss and betrayal, her sister lost to the flames, her parents to the cruelty of marauders. I could see the fire simmering beneath her calm exterior, the embers of rage ready to ignite. She had been my anchor, my light in this perpetual darkness. Yet, the weight of her grief was a heavy chain, one I feared would pull her under, drown her in a sea of sorrow. "Mara, we need to go," I urged, my voice a low rasp. The shadows twisted again, and I felt the presence of something lurking just beyond the edge of sight. "We can't stay here." She looked at me then, and I saw the flicker of indecision, a dance of hope and despair. "What if they come back?" Her voice was barely a whisper, but her fear resonated like a drumbeat in my chest. "They will," I said, swallowing hard. "But we can't wait for them. We have to find the others." We owe it to them. As the sun dipped lower, painting the sky in hues of blood and sorrow, we moved. Each footfall echoed on the hollow ground, the sound swallowed by the ominous silence around us. I was acutely aware of the shadows that skirted the edges of my vision, the ghosts of the past whispering warnings in a language I could almost understand. Time bled into one another, moments stretching like taffy, memories clawing their way into the forefront of my mind, holding me hostage. I remember a time we laughed, the three of us, Mara, her sister, and me, sitting beneath the old oak tree, the world vibrant and alive. One day, we'll change everything, I had said, buoyed by the reckless optimism of youth. How naive we were, believing we could bend the world to our will. Now, we were but shadows ourselves, echoes of the people we once aspired to be. Over there, Mara whispered, her voice trembling. She pointed towards an overgrown path, choked with weeds but leading to a cluster of crumbling buildings, tight-knit like a family of ghosts hiding from the light. We exchanged a glance, our shared fear anchoring us as we moved deeper into the heart of decay. Everything was a reminder of what we had lost. The remnants of lives lived intertwined with the darkness that now suffocated us. We were survivors, yes, but at what cost? Every moment felt like a countdown, a timer ticking down to an unknown fate. The air crackled with unspoken tension, the kind that prickled your skin and made your heart race. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the silence, sharp and jarring. My body instinctively tensed, every muscle primed for fight or flight. Mara's eyes darted towards the sound, wide and alert, but I could see the flicker of something else, dread. It was a reminder of the danger that lurked in every shadow, a ghost that would not let us go. Before we could react, a figure emerged, stumbling into our line of sight, a gaunt man, his clothes hanging from him like a scarecrow's. His eyes were wild, filled with desperation, and he raised his hands in a futile gesture of peace. "Please? I'm not here to hurt you." I felt Mara's grip tighten on my arm, fear palpable, but my heart shattered for the man. He was no monster, just another victim of this world, a survivor like us. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. "I'm trying to find my daughter," he said, desperation spilling from his lips like blood from an open wound. "She was taken. I need to find her." The weight of his words sank deep, the anguish spilling over, pooling around us in the gathering dusk. The world was filled with lost souls, each searching for something unattainable, a loved one, a glimmer of hope, a reason to keep breathing. We were all part of this tragedy, bound together by the same relentless hunger for survival. In that moment, I felt the fracture of my own heart, the reality of our existence colliding with the haunting echoes of our past. I glanced at Mara, and I saw in her eyes the reflection of everything we had lost. "We can help," I said, surprising myself with the conviction in my voice. "We'll help you find her." The man's expression flickered between disbelief and hope, and for the briefest moment, the shadows lightened, as if the weight of our collective sorrow could be lifted, if only just for a heartbeat. But in this world, hope was a fragile thing, and the darkness was ever hungry. As the sun finally surrendered to the night, I knew this was just the beginning, a new chapter in our relentless fight for survival. Together, we would face whatever came next. The city was a haunting melody, a symphony of fear and desperation, and we were but players on the stage, caught between the echoes of the past and the haunting promise of an uncertain future. And so, we pressed on, hearts beating as one, into the darkness that awaited. The ground trembles beneath us, a low growl that vibrates through bone and marrow. I can't breathe. The air is thick, charged, pulsing with an energy that feels alive, electric, as if the world itself is holding its breath. Shadows leap in the flickering light, twisted specters that contort and writhe in the dark alleys of my mind. They whisper threats. I can almost taste the fear, metallic and bitter on my tongue, as I stand there, heart hammering like a war drum. Lila's scream pierces the night, sharp, visceral. It shatters the silence, fills the void with raw panic. I spin toward her, eyes wide, dread coiling in my stomach like a serpent ready to strike. She stands at the edge of the crumbling precipice, her back to me, arms outstretched as if she were about to leap into the abyss below. "Lila!" I shout, a desperate plea that claws at my throat. Don't! She turns, eyes wild, reflecting the chaos swirling around us. It's not just us anymore, we're no longer alone in this fractured reality. The new gods are coming, their presence suffocating, an oppressive weight that settles over us. I remember legends, tales whispered by firelight, beings of unfathomable power, drawn from the depths of despair and the heights of hope. I remember the fear they inspired. I remember the promises they broke. Do you see them? She asks, her voice trembling, a fragile thread in the tempest. Do you feel them? The air crackles, thick with portent. Yes. I feel them all too vividly, clawing at the edges of my sanity. I can see the silhouettes of power, warped and twisted, looming hungrily over the skyline, wraith-like figures flickering in and out of existence. They are not our saviors, they are our tormentors, and Lila stands on the brink, yearning to embrace the chaos. But why? Why does she crave the very thing that could consume us alive? Lila, please, I urge, stepping closer, reaching out. My hand trembles with fear and desperation. You don't have to do this. She shakes her head, a defiant glint in her eyes that ignites a flicker of hope within me. You don't understand, Aiden. This power, it's so beautiful. So intoxicating. It can change everything. I want to scream. I want to shake her, to drag her back from the edge. But instead, I feel the weight of my own doubts, my own failures. I've watched her slip through my fingers before, lost to shadows, to the allure of darkness. You think it's beautiful? It's a curse. A flicker of uncertainty crosses her face, and for a moment, I dare to hope. But then it's gone, eclipsed by the tempest within her. I'm tired of being afraid, Aiden. I want to be more than just me. Her voice trembles, a whisper of vulnerability woven through the fury. And there it is, the crux of our battle, the relentless ache of her heart. I want to reach inside, to pull out the fear that has held her in chains, to reclaim the girl who used to dream of light and stars, of laughter echoing through the halls. But the new gods stir, and I can feel the universe shifting beneath our feet, a cosmic tide that threatens to drag us both under. Lila, listen. I plead, the urgency of the moment clawing at my chest. You think power will save you? It's a lie. It'll destroy you. It's a darkness that consumes everything it touches. But she's gone, lost in the throes of an awakening she cannot comprehend. Her eyes gleam, a tempest of longing and desperation. And behind her, in the inky depths of the night, I see them, the silhouettes of the new gods, their forms woven from dreams and nightmares, promises and regrets. They stretch toward her, eager, insatiable. I feel it then, a sharp pang of betrayal, a crack in the foundation of my heart. This is not just about her anymore. This is about us, about everything we've built and everything we've lost. You can't trust them, Lila. I shout, desperation spilling from my lips, the words a shield against the impending storm. They're not who you think they are. And then, I see it, a flicker of hesitation, a heartbeat where she considers retreat. But the pull of the new gods is strong, whispering promises of power, of freedom that she has never known. I see her weighing her choices, and I can feel the clock ticking, each second a drumbeat of impending doom. The shadows around us pulse, alive, churning like a tempest. I lock eyes with her, willing her to see the truth, to recognize the danger lurking behind the facade of allure. Lila, please. Come back to me. A moment stretches, thick with tension, like the stillness before a storm. And then, she falters, just for an instant, but that's all I need. I surge forward, grabbing her hand, anchoring her to me as the world around us begins to unravel. The new gods howl in protest, their whispers a cacophony that crashes against my mind like waves against a cliff. I can feel their rage, and it sends shivers down my spine. Let's fight this together, I breathe, my heart racing, the weight of her soul pressed against mine. You don't have to face them alone. But as I stand there, the shadows twisting and writhing between us, I can't shake the feeling that the battle has only just begun. A darkness looms on the horizon, a hunger that promises to consume everything in its path. I remember the legends, the stories of those who sought power only to find themselves broken beyond repair. Time slips away, the world blurring into chaos, but I refuse to let go. I clutch her hand tighter, praying that love will be enough to anchor us when the tempest strikes. There's a shift in the air, a tension that crackles like electricity before a storm, and I can feel the new gods closing in, their shadows stretching long and insatiable. Each heartbeat echoes like a war drum as we prepare for the onslaught to come. And I can't help but wonder, who will we become in the face of this darkness? Who will we lose? As the night swallows us whole, I know this is only the beginning. The air crackled with the tension of a storm, an unyielding weight pressing down on her chest. In the heart of the city, shadows twisted with a life of their own, breathing darkness into every corner. The clock tower, a giant sentinel against the night sky, ticked ominously, each chime slicing through the suffocating silence. We were not alone. Fear danced on the edges of the wind, whispering our names, daring us to step out of the light. I remember standing there, the cobblestones slick with rain, heart pounding like a war drum. No one spoke, but the silence screamed, and in that moment, I felt the cold grip of despair. It was as if the world held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash between the light we cherished and the dark that threatened to swallow it whole. I glanced at Mara, her eyes wide with a blend of defiance and terror, and I knew we were in over our heads. Mara, fierce and fragile, had always been the flame that drew me in. She wore her pain like armor, a shield against the world, yet in her eyes flickered a vulnerability that made my heart ache. I watched her take a step forward, resolute, face set with fierce determination. But beneath that bravado lay a crumbling foundation, fragments of her past threatening to break her spirit. I felt that darkness too. It wrapped around me, a ghost that whispered of failures and regrets, of choices that had led us here, to this precipice. "Are we ready?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly would shatter the fragile moment we clung to. I nodded, swallowing the dread that clawed at my throat. "We have to be." But inside, the truth gnawed at me. There was no real readiness, only the desperate hope that we could find balance once more. I remembered the stories, the ancient tales of light and dark, of how they danced in a delicate waltz, each dependent on the other. Yet, tonight, it felt like a war. Then, from the depths of the alley, a figure emerged, a silhouette against the flickering lamplight. My breath caught. It was Elias. Torn between duty and allegiance, he stood there, a bridge between our fractured worlds. But I could see the shadows clinging to him, the weight of choices made and paths abandoned. His eyes, once warm and trusting, were now stormy skies, turbulent and unyielding. "Why are you here?" Mara's voice cracked like thunder, raw and electric. Elias stepped forward, but not towards us. He was caught in a tempest of his own, fighting battles hidden beneath the surface. To make things right, or to end it all? I don't know. But I can't, his words faltered, emotions churning in his chest like a violent sea. I can't let you face this alone. In that moment, we were not just three lost souls, we were an orchestra of emotions, each note raw and vibrating. The silence around us amplified our fears, our hopes, until it became unbearable. A crack ran through the air, a fissure of light slicing through the darkness, illuminating the grief we carried. I remember the weight of our shared history, the laughter and the heartbreak, the moments that brought us to this brink. "Don't you see?" I shouted, the desperation spilling over. "This isn't just about us anymore. It's about the world outside, the people who depend on us to fix everything." Mara interrupted, fury igniting her spirit. "But what if we can't? What if we aren't enough?" Her vulnerability struck me like a physical blow. I wanted to reach out, to cradle her fears and turn them into strength, but the truth loomed large. We were all broken pieces, struggling to fit into a reality that demanded wholeness. The city buzzed with echoes of our internal chaos, unseen enemies lurked in the shadows, ready to pounce. A sharp intake of breath, a clatter, a sound that drew my attention. I turned, and there it was, a flicker of movement, a dark figure, lurking just beyond the light. Instinct kicked in. "Elias!" I shouted, but it was too late. The darkness surged, an entity born of our fears, and everything exploded into chaos. Time slowed, a cruel joke as adrenaline surged, filling my veins with fire. I could see Mara trying to draw the light from within, her palms glowing faintly as she faced the oncoming tide of shadow. Elias yelled something, but his words were drowned in the cacophony of our heartbeat, the thrumming pulse of fear and courage intertwined. The battle unfolded like a horrific dance, shadows clashing against the flickering lights. I could feel the darkness clawing at my skin, trying to drag me down, but there was no retreat. No backing away. I fought, not just for my own spirit, but for Mara, for Elias, for the fragile threads that connected us like stars in a turbulent sky. Together? I screamed, reaching out as if to tether our souls, feeling the warmth of Mara's light against my fingertips. In that heartbeat, I remembered the dreams that had haunted us, the cosmic dance of fate and free will. What if the balance depended on our ability to confront our own darkness? In that chaotic moment, we became something greater, igniting a spark that lit the night. The shadows recoiled as our brightness pushed back, raw and blazing. It was an electrifying surge of emotion, a tidal wave that threatened to engulf us, yet we stood our ground. We were flawed, we were fractured, but we were alive, and together we surged forward into the unknown. I could feel the tide shifting, the delicate balance restoring itself as light and dark entwined in a desperate embrace. The world around us held its breath again, suspended in that singular moment, raw, real, and painfully beautiful. I knew this was only the beginning, the conflict was far from over, but somehow, we had taken the first step. And as the echoes of the struggle faded into the night, the lingering question remained, could we truly reconcile our light with the darkness that lived within us? The shadows whispered, danced, and I felt the pulse of the cosmos, an eternal reminder that we were not merely surviving, we were transforming, becoming something entirely new. The ground trembles beneath her feet, and Freyja's heart races as shadows swirl, whispering secrets of a world unraveling. She stands, breathless, in the aftermath of doom, where the sky bleeds crimson against the horizon, painting the end of days. Thunder rumbles, a warning of storms yet to come. Is this how it feels? She thinks, a quiver of fear unfurling in her chest. The air is thick with the scent of ash and despair. Ghostly echoes of laughter and sorrow entwine, weaving a tapestry of memories that suffocate her in the darkness. Freyja calls Bjorn, his voice a tempest of urgency cutting through the chaos. He stumbles forward, face smeared with soot, eyes wild with a mix of anger and desperation. We must move. His hand reaches for her, but she hesitates. The weight of destiny presses down, and the ground feels like quicksand, pulling them both into the abyss of forgotten tales. I remember. She whispers, her voice barely a thread against the clamor of destruction, the stories of Ragnarok. The end of everything. The memories claw at her, sharp and relentless, a cacophony of battles fought and lost, gods who fell, and heroes who faded into the annals of time. It felt like a fever dream, the tales of a world where ice and fire danced together, and the fates of men hinged on the whims of the gods. Bjorn pulls her forward, his breath hot against her ear, but the past clings to them like a shroud. We don't have time for this. The world is collapsing. He is a mix of fear and determination, a flawed warrior whose heart beats with a love he struggles to express even as the fires of destruction rage around them. He's not just fighting for survival, he's fighting for the remnants of their forgotten dreams, the space where love once flourished like wildflowers in the spring. A flicker of memory ignites within Freyja, illuminating the shadows with warmth, a quiet moment beneath the stars, a shared laughter echoing through the valley. Remember when we thought the world would always be beautiful? She chokes back a sob, feeling the weight of their shared history like a stone in her throat. Bjorn's grip tightens. Beauty has a way of fading in the face of chaos, he replies, his voice low and fierce, but there is a tremor beneath his bravado. She can see it, the cracks in his armor, the vulnerability of a man who has fought too long, lost too much. He carries the burden of their shattered world, a clock ticking steadily down to despair. Around them, the ashes whirl like lost souls, whispering tales of what once was. There, in the crumbling city, shadows stretch long as if time itself has conspired against them. The air hums with the remnants of hope, the flickering light of possibility embedded within the dark. But hope is a fragile thing, like a candle flickering against the wind, it can be snuffed out in an instant.
Do you think the legends are true?
Freyja asks, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm.
Do you think Ragnarok is upon us?
The words hang heavy in the air, tainted with dread and longing, like the taste of iron on her tongue. She clings to the thought, a lifeline in the turmoil, a cycle that repeats, each generation bearing the scars of the last. Bjorn's eyes blaze with defiance.
Legends are written by those who survive. We will survive this.
We have to. In that moment, she sees the flicker of a warrior, a spirit unyielding to the chaos around them. He is flawed, lost in his own turmoil, yet there is beauty in his fight. He is everything she has ever wanted, yet every word spoken feels like a promise tugging at her heart. A sudden explosion rocks their world, and they fall to the ground, dirt and debris raining down like the tears of a grieving sky. Freyja gasps, her body pressed against the earth, the weight of the world pressing down on her chest. Fear grips her heart, the realization that they may not escape. What if this is it? She breathes, desperation clawing at her throat. Bjorn's hands clasp her face, forcing her to look into his eyes. This is not the end. We are not just dust and memories, his voice is raw, a fierce fire in the face of despair. We are the stories that survive, the echoes of Ragnarok that will shape what comes next. The shadows shift around them, bearing witness to their struggle, the faded echoes of ancient warriors standing in silent judgment. The very ground they tread upon is alive with memory, like an old friend who has seen too much and now weeps for lost possibilities. Freyja can feel the stories weaving through her veins, connecting her to the past, to the battles fought in the name of love, loss, and redemption. Each heartbeat resonates, a drum echoing through time, urging her forward. She wonders if the legends speak of hope buried within the ruins, waiting to be unearthed in the ashes of despair. There, a flicker of rebellion ignites within her. If we are the stories that survive, then let us write our own. She feels a surge of strength, an unwavering resolve that courses through her veins. Together, they rise, hand in hand, their bond unbreakable in the face of annihilation. Together, Bjorn breathes, and in that single word, they forge a path against the relentless tide of darkness. The air crackles with unspoken promises, the tension between them palpable, pulling them into an embrace of defiance. As they step forth, the shadows swirl like a tempest, leaving behind traces of pain but also the flicker of something more, a promise of transformation, of rebirth intertwined with the echoes of Ragnarok. The chaos thrums around them, a symphony of despair and hope that harmonizes with their very souls, urging them to remember, to fight, to survive. And as Freyja and Bjorn face the storm, the world around them shifts, the ancient tales weaving into their hearts, binding them to the past, reminding them that the end is merely the beginning, and every heartbeat could echo through eternity. The thunder rolled over the city like a predator's growl, a warning that sliced through the murmurs of the streets, sending a shiver down my spine. It was the kind of noise that made the bones of the old buildings resonate, as if they remembered the weight of old tales, of gods and giants, of fire and ice, of an ending that felt all too imminent. I stood there, drenched by the relentless rain, heart pounding, each beat a reminder of life coursing through me, yet I felt like a ghost, wandering through the echoes of history. Kendra stood beside me, her eyes wide, reflecting a storm of emotions that mirrored the roiling sky. Fear, hope, anger, a maelstrom that threatened to drown her spirit. She always had that fire in her, a fierce belief that every moment could ignite change. But now, in the face of an approaching storm, that fire flickered like a dying candle. "Do you think it's really happening?" she whispered, voice barely lifting above the cacophony of raindrops. I glanced at her, the intensity in her gaze cutting through the gloom. I wanted to say something reassuring, but words felt like stones in my throat. I could see the shadows gathering around us, thick and oppressive, as if they were the harbingers of our own Ragnarok, a cataclysmic end to everything we thought we knew. What if the myths are true? I thought, grappling with the ancient fear that had clawed at the hearts of countless souls. I wanted to laugh, to dismiss the notion as absurd. Yet here we were, facing the kind of turmoil that made the very fabric of our lives tremble. The ground beneath felt alive, a pulse, our world on the brink of something monumental. Across the street, Sam stood beneath the flickering light of a dying neon sign, an island of uncertainty in a sea of chaos. He'd always been the skeptic, the one who rolled his eyes when Kendra and I waxed poetic about destiny and the universe. But even now, as the storm brewed overhead, I could see the cracks beginning to form in his carefully constructed armor. The man who dismissed dreams as mere distractions was staring into the abyss of his own fears. "This isn't just weather, is it?" he murmured, half to himself, half to the universe. "This is something bigger." The air crackled with electricity, the line between reality and myth blurred, and with each heartbeat, I felt the weight of the world pressing down. Kendra inhaled sharply, drawing my attention back to her. "It's like the end times," she said, her voice trembling, "like Ragnarok. Everything is collapsing." I wanted to argue, to pull her back from the brink of despair, but the truth hung in the air like a thick fog. We were living a modern-day apocalypse, the signs etched in the faces of those around us: fear, desperation, a sense of impending doom. "Ragnarok," I whispered, tasting the word like a bittersweet fruit, echoing with the weight of history. I remembered long nights spent under dim lights, poring over tales of gods in battles, of worlds collapsing and rebuilding, of cycles that never seemed to end. It was a cycle, but what did it mean for us? What did it mean when the gods were silent, leaving us to fend for ourselves? The thought clawed at my insides, a gnawing anxiety that refused to dissipate. Kendra's voice broke through the fog. "If it's the end, then we should fight. We should scream into the storm and let it know we're here." Her words, fierce like lightning, ignited something within me, a stubborn ember that refused to die. I could feel my heartbeat sync with hers, a furious rhythm, a drum calling us to arms. But Sam shook his head, his skepticism a shield against the rawness of our reality. "What do you expect to fight? Nature? Fate? It's bigger than us," he spat, his frustration echoing through the rain-soaked night. But even as he spoke, I could see the doubt creeping in. Could the stories we dismissed actually hold truth? The rain intensified, slamming against the pavement, a symphony of chaos. Each drop was a reminder of our insignificance against the universe. My heart raced as I thought of the ghosts of the past, the weight of history pressing down on us. "It's just weather," he muttered, but I could see it in his eyes, the same flicker of uncertainty that Kendra wore. The storm was more than a meteorological phenomenon, it was a mirror reflecting our inner turmoil, our fears laid bare. "Remember that night?" Kendra's voice was barely a whisper now, a fragile thread weaving through the chaos. "When we talked about what we'd do if the world ended?" I nodded, memories crashing into me like waves. We had laughed, we had shared dreams that felt vibrant and alive, our hopes wrapped in the fabric of our youth. But now, that laughter felt hollow. I wanted to reach back into time, to grab those moments and shake some life back into them. "We were so naive," I murmured, but a part of me longed for that innocence, for the belief that we could conquer the darkness with mere dreams. The shadows swirled around us, whispering secrets that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. I could sense the confrontation looming, an emotional climax building like static electricity in the air. I glanced at Sam, his face a mask of conflict, and at Kendra, whose eyes blazed with determination. "We can't just stand here," I said, the storm inside me breaking free, a roar in my chest. "If it's meant to be the end, then let it be the end on our terms." And in that moment, as the thunder crashed above, something shifted. The storm was no longer just a portent of doom, it was a call to arms, a challenge to stand against the tide. I could feel the world around us pulsating with possibility, the shadows swirling as if they were alive, urging us to embrace whatever was coming. Together, we would face our Ragnarok, with all the fear and fervor that came with it. We stood, drenched and fierce, our hearts beating as one against an uncertain future. The storm raged on, but we were not alone. We were the embodiment of our ancestors' stories of the gods and giants battling for existence. In that moment, we were everything and nothing, yet fiercely alive, ready to scream into the abyss. So let the storm come, we would meet it head-on, as the symbols of our own rebirth. I never wanted the moment to end. The thunderous crack of the sky echoed like a warning bell, sending shivers coursing through my body as I stood on the edge of the forest, heart racing. All around me, the world was drenched in shadows, the dying light of day curling its fingers around the trees, whispering secrets that chilled my bones. I could almost see them, faint silhouettes of gods and giants, their laughter a haunting melody against the backdrop of a storm. I remember the night when everything changed, when the stories I dismissed as mere folklore clawed their way back into my reality. I had always been the skeptic, the one who rationalized the ancient tales of Odin and Thor as nothing but the fevered dreams of men long dead. But that night, the sky erupted in a violent display of fire and lightning, and in the distance, I heard her voice, Freya, the goddess of love and war, calling to me, a siren song that pulled at the very fabric of my being. "Run!" screamed Eric, his eyes wild, a storm of confusion and fear. He was my friend, but in that moment, I felt the chasm between us widen, the weight of his frantic urgency pressing down like a boulder. I wanted to scream, to tell him that fear was only a trick of the mind, but even I could feel it, the palpable dread suffocating me. Shadows danced around us, stretching long and thin, reaching for our trembling hearts. In the heart of the chaos stood Ingrid, her face a mask of determination and grief, reminding me of the fierce warriors from the sagas. She was searching, always searching for answers, her spirit as fiery as the tempest itself. "We can't let them take him," she shouted, fists clenched, voice breaking. But who was him? The question hung in the air, a noose tightening around our sanity. I remember the stories, how Freya wept for her lost love, how Loki's treachery echoed through the ages. And here we were, entangled in our own narrative, each of us flawed, battling demons of our own making. I, the doubter, Eric, the protector, Ingrid, the seeker. We were caught in a web of fate as complex as the roots of Yggdrasil, the world tree. "Can you feel them?" I whispered, terror coursing through me like poison. The night thickened, shadows swirling as if they had a life of their own, pulling the memories from deep within, the grim tales of Ragnarok, where gods fell and worlds crumbled. "Can you feel the weight of their eyes?" Eric's breath hitched, and in that instant, I saw the flicker of fear in his brave facade. It was a crack in his armor, and I wanted to reach out, to comfort him. But the storm roared louder, drowning my thoughts in its fury. I turned to Ingrid. She was staring into the darkness, her face illuminated only by the fleeting flashes of lightning. "They're coming for us," she murmured, a broken prayer that lingered in the air like smoke, curling and suffocating. Each heartbeat echoed in rhythm with the thunder, a reminder of our mortality, our fragility against the ancient forces that loomed just beyond our sight. I felt swallowed by the night, by the legends that now seemed less like stories and more like a prophecy unfolding before us. The past clawed at my mind, images of gods, battles, and blood spilling across the ages. And then, just as suddenly as it began, silence. It was a suffocating silence that swallowed the world whole, leaving only the sound of our ragged breaths. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of rain and the promise of chaos still to come. I wanted to scream, to break the stillness, but the weight of the moment stilled my voice. I could feel the eyes of the cosmos on us, the weight of our follies, our fears, and our desires. "Look!" Ingrid's voice cut through the silence, piercing my heart with hope and dread. There, in the darkness, a figure emerged, cloaked in shadows, eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. Loki? No, it could not be. But the mischief was unmistakable, the thrill of chaos radiating from him. My pulse quickened. I was caught between terror and an absurd urge to laugh at the sheer ridiculousness of it all. Here we were, mere mortals, entangled in the drama of gods. "Why do you seek me?" the figure rasped, a voice like gravel, shaking the ground beneath our feet. Eric stepped forward, bravado masking his fear. "We want answers." "Ah, the eternal question," the figure hissed, a cruel smile unfurling. "But answers are not what you seek. You crave the thrill of the chase, the dance of fate." And in that moment, I felt the threads of our stories intertwining, weaving a tapestry of emotion that danced before me. I remembered my childhood, sitting by the fire, my grandmother's voice weaving tales of gods and giants. I remembered her laughter, the warmth of her embrace, and how she would say, "We are all part of this story, dear one." Every heartbeat is a note in the song of the universe. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to fight against the darkness, to cling to the belief that love, loyalty, and bravery could conquer even the fiercest storm. But in that shadowy presence, I felt the undeniable truth: our lives were but whispers in the grand tale of existence, fragile and fleeting. As the figure retreated, darkness creeping back into the corners of the world, I felt the threads pull tighter, a knot in my chest. The echoes of forgotten myths swirled around us, the intensity of our emotions pouring into the void. We were tangled in the web of fate, and the storm was far from over. But as Ingrid took my hand, her grip as fierce as a warrior's resolve, I remembered there was power in belief, in the stories that shaped us. We were not merely characters in a forgotten myth, we were alive, breathing, fighting against the shadows. And even in the face of the gods, we would rise. With a shared glance, we stepped into the night, hearts pounding, souls intertwined, ready to confront whatever awaited us. Each heartbeat echoed the ancient tales, a reminder that our story was only just beginning, and the gods watched from their thrones, intrigued by the unfolding chaos we dared to call our own. The night hung heavy, thick with the scent of smoke and ash, a breath of despair lingering in the air. I stood in the heart of the crumbling city, where shadows danced like phantoms, twisting and turning with a life of their own. A siren wailed in the distance, piercing the stillness, and I felt my heartbeat quicken, each thud a reminder of my own mortality. It felt like the universe itself held its breath, waiting for something, anything, to shatter the silence. I remember the moment Clara collapsed, her knees buckling to the ground, eyes wide and unseeing. Panic clawed at my throat as I rushed to her side, the weight of my own failure crashing over me. "Clara! Please, stay with me!" I begged, my voice a raw whisper. She was the heart of the city, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. Now, she was fading like a dying star, and I could do nothing but watch. "Why are we doing this, Leo?" she gasped, her voice trembling like a frayed wire. "Can't you see it's all falling apart?" Her words cut deep, swirling around like smoke in the night air. I wanted to scream, wanted to shake her and tell her that she was wrong. That we could still fight, that creation and destruction were two sides of the same coin. But in that moment, I felt the truth settle deep in my bones. We had built our lives on the fragile foundations of myths long forgotten, and now, those myths were unraveling. The world was a tapestry, fraying at the edges, threads of hope and despair tangled together, and I was nothing but a thread, waiting to be pulled. Jasper emerged from the shadows, his face a mask of determination. I could see the fire in his eyes, an ember of resilience flickering against the dark. "We need to move. Now," he urged, his voice steady, but I could sense the tremors beneath. He had always been the pragmatic one, the anchor when everything else threatened to drift away. Yet, even he felt the weight of despair, the suffocating grip of inevitability. I shot him a glance, a silent plea. "What if we can't? What if this is the end?" The words felt like poison on my tongue, but I had to say them. The fear was a living thing, gnashing its teeth inside my chest. Clara, her breath shallow, blinked up at us. "The stories, they said the cycle would break. Creation always leads to destruction, but we can't let that happen. We have to fight." There was a fierce flicker of light in her eyes, and in that moment, I felt the stirrings of hope within me. It was a fragile thing, but it was there, like a single candle flickering in a vast darkness. Yet, as I looked into the depths of her troubled gaze, I couldn't shake the haunting knowledge that the cycle often repeated itself, an endless loop of birth and decay, love and loss. The past echoed in my mind, the ghosts of our ancestors whispering warnings that clawed at my sanity. I remembered tales of cities rising from the ashes, only to fall again, how the sun would rise, only to set, its light swallowed by an insatiable night. "Clara, you're right," Jasper said, his voice firming with conviction. "But we need a plan, something tangible to hold on to." He glanced at the horizon, where the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of crimson and gold. "If we can just reach the old tower, it's been there since before any of us were born. It symbolizes something, hope, resilience, a reminder that we once stood tall." The old tower loomed in the distance, a jagged silhouette against the foreboding sky. It was both a beacon and a tombstone, a testament to the cycles of our existence. I felt the pull, the magnetic gravity of its history, but the thought of the journey sent ripples of dread through me. What if we were caught? What if the shadows consumed us before we even reached it? A siren's wail echoed again, this time closer, more urgent. The specter of danger hung over us, heavy and palpable. I could feel the weight of time pressing down, moments slipping away like sand through an open hand. I didn't want to lose Clara. I couldn't bear the thought of another myth lost to the void. Let's go, I urged, adrenaline surging through my veins, the fear transforming into something sharper, something electric. We eased Clara to her feet, her weight a heavy burden on my shoulder, and together we began the trek toward the tower. Each step felt like a battle against the very fabric of our reality, the shadows clawing at our heels, whispering doubts. The city was a graveyard of memories, every crumbling brick and shattered window a reminder of what we were fighting against. I could feel the echoes of laughter and heartbreak, of lives lived and lost. The streets whispered secrets, of lovers who once held hands, of dreams that once soared high before crashing to earth. As we neared the tower, the air thickened, an almost tangible tension wrapping around us like a suffocating shroud. The ground trembled beneath our feet, a warning that something ancient and terrible stirred. The universe seemed to shiver as we approached the threshold, the shadows lengthening, closing in, as if aware of our fragile resolve. And then, in a moment that stretched like a rubber band pulled too tight, the ground beneath Clara shifted. She stumbled, a gasp escaping her lips as she fell to her knees, the earth seeming to swallow her whole. My heart thundered, panic surging like a tidal wave. "Clara!" I shouted, reaching for her, but the shadows recoiled, threatening to pull me back into their dark embrace. Her eyes locked on mine, a storm of emotion swirling within. "Don't let it break you," she cried, the words a lifeline thrown in the midst of chaos. "Remember the stories. We are the authors of our fate. We can create anew." I held onto her gaze, feeling the paradox of despair and hope shatter and intertwine within me. In that moment, everything hung in the balance, the eternal dance of creation and destruction poised on the edge of a knife. As the darkness surged forward, it whispered promises of what was not yet lost, of what could still be. I clutched Clara's hand tight, feeling the pulse of our shared heartbeat, an unspoken vow binding us together against the tide. The future of the myth was within reach, and as the shadows closed in, I knew that the fight wasn't over. The cycle was not yet complete, it was merely beginning anew. The air crackled with electricity, a storm brewing in the distance, thunder rumbling like the growl of some primal beast. I could feel the tension in my bones, a pulse of waiting dread. Around me, the remnants of a world shattered, broken stones, shattered dreams, and the haunting cries of those we lost. The battlefield was strewn with echoes of the past, the ghosts of warriors who had fought for a future now laid bare and desolate. I knelt, fingers trembling against the cold earth, the weight of sorrow settling like a shroud around my shoulders. Lyra stood a few paces away, her gaze locked on the darkening sky. Her red hair whipped around her face like tendrils of fire, and for a fleeting moment, I saw the girl who used to laugh, the one who danced under the stars and believed in the impossible. But that girl was buried beneath layers of grief and rage. "They took everything from us," she hissed, her voice a fierce whisper. "Everything." I could see the shadows flickering in her green eyes, a tempest brewing just beneath the surface. Behind her, Aiden was a statue of anger, fists clenched at his sides as if he could crush the world back into shape. His jaw was tight, muscles taut with a frustration that threatened to explode. "We can't let them win," he growled, the words dripping with defiance. But I knew, oh, how I knew, the struggle that lay within him. The fear that gripped his heart, the doubt that clawed at his mind like a feral beast. What was left to fight for when everything felt so hollow? When the stars themselves seemed to dim in the face of our despair? A shudder ran through me. Memories flooded back, laughter echoing off stone walls, voices full of warmth. I remember the way we were, how we thought we could change the course of destiny, one small act of courage at a time. I remember the night we sat by the fire, sharing dreams and plans, the air heavy with promises. But those dreams lay shattered now, like glass beneath our feet, glinting in the dim light of a dying world. "Look," Lyra said, her voice breaking the spell of memory. She pointed toward a distant silhouette, a shadow creeping forth from the ruins like a predator drawn by the scent of vulnerability. My heart raced, every beat a drum of impending doom. It's them, they're coming. I could feel my breath quicken, the icy grip of fear tightening around my throat. They had returned, those specters of doom, the harbingers of our most haunting nightmares. It was as if the very air around us had thickened, charged with the weight of inevitability. We had fought long and hard, but now, faced with the monstrous echo of our past, I felt utterly small. "Stand your ground," Aiden's voice rang out, but it trembled at the edges. I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the unspoken question looming between us. What if this time, we weren't enough? What if the weight of our sorrow was too great, the burden of our grief too heavy to bear? I wanted to reach out, to tell him that we were stronger together, that we could face whatever darkness lay ahead. But I felt as fragile as the crumbling stones beneath our feet. Lyra stepped forward, the fire in her spirit igniting anew. "We fight for each other," she shouted, her voice fierce, igniting a spark in the pit of my stomach. "For those we've lost, for those who still believe." Each word was a hammer striking against the anvil of despair, forging a glimmer of hope from the ashes of our anguish. But in the depths of my heart, despair curled like a serpent. I remember the faces of those who had fallen, the laughter that had turned to screams. The memories haunted me like shadows in the night, whispers of what could have been. I looked at my friends, at the fierce determination painted across Lyra's face, and I felt something shift, a fragile thread of resolve binding us together, even in the face of annihilation. The first strike hit like a thunderclap, the sky tearing open with a fury that mirrored our own. Shadows surged forward, a mass of chaos and rage, and I felt the adrenaline surging through my veins like wildfire, burning away the last vestiges of fear. Aiden was a blur beside me, every swing of his blade a testament to the heartache that had fueled his fight. I could feel his spirit, raw and unyielding, melding with mine as we faced the oncoming tide together. Lyra was a force of nature, her movements fluid and fierce as she carved a path through the darkness. I watched in awe as she danced with the shadows, her cries reverberating like war drums echoing through the valleys of the past. We fought like ghosts of anger and love, our strength intertwining as we carved out a space for ourselves in a world determined to swallow us whole. But even as we clashed against the darkness, I felt the weight of time pressing down upon us, the fleeting nature of our existence heavy in the air. Each swing of the blade, each cry of defiance, was a reminder that this moment, this precious, fragile moment, could slip away like sand through our fingers. We were not just fighting for survival, we were clawing back the pieces of our lives, reclaiming the joy and laughter that had been stolen. Every heartbeat became a battle cry, every breath a reminder of what we were fighting for. I remember the fire in Lyra's eyes, the determination that burned brighter than any sun, pushing away the shadows that sought to engulf us. I remember Aiden's unwavering spirit, the way he fought not just with his body but with every scar etched across his soul. And as the chaos swirled around us, I felt the celestial dance of the universe, a reminder that even in the darkest of nights, stars still shone. They flickered with the promise of hope, whispering that we were not alone, that the path forward lay within our grasp if we dared to reach for it. The lessons of the age of Ragnarok weren't just etched in the ruins, they lived and breathed within us, igniting a fire that could not be extinguished. With every clash, every scream, we were forging a new reality, a new dawn rising from the ashes of despair. And I knew then, with a clarity that sent chills racing down my spine, that we would either rise together or fall apart, echoes in the void, lost to the darkness. But for today, we would fight, and in that fight, we would find the path forward, a flickering flame against the backdrop of an encroaching night.